Sounds good.
Okay, it says we're live, so hello everybody and welcome back to episode whatever the fuck at this point. Nagito screwing us over in Maximum Overdrive. uh, could you imagine I come up with something that stupid 6 days ago? But anyway, since this is going to be a full Danganronpa episode, I've written out my countdown, which at this point is incredibly small, and I just wrote another paragraph since I figured that was appropriate. So, in today's episode, if any of you are following along from the future, you might be a bit confused of how we jump forward in the story. The short answer is that we planned on last week's Metal Gear Rising ending coming up short for our usual time slot, so we just decided to substitute the finale of Chapter 4 of this game as an aftershow for the Rising LP, which collectively went a little longer than what we wanted, since that was one trial that, you actually got kinda stymied on completing, if I remember correctly.
What?
I remember you had a little bit of trouble in the trial last week.
Yeah, we did.
Not that it's entirely your fault, since that murder setup was incredibly convoluted for the usually laid-back and uncaring Gundam to pull off, still hilariously being outdone by Fuyuhiko sitting in a chair. So, after a misanimated stampede managed to kill Gundam, we're now left with half of the cast left, and Nagito going out to stir the pot after the rattling that he got in the final death game, where he managed to load 8 bullets into his 6-shooter and somehow won that game of Russian roulette to get his hands on a ton of secrets last time. I think he's shared about... Has he shared everything, or has he shared like half of his book of secrets?
I believe he shared only parts of it. I don't remember exactly all that we got last time, but we'll probably get a bit of a reminder.
I think the important thing was just the second class learning about the first class and learning that the protagonist is part of the reserve class that's under the first class? The main class?
That because you're using the word class a million times, that's getting a little confusing. What it is there's essentially two whole schools of students. So, like, you know, if you think about it as like grades 1 through like 4, if you will, like, you have a reserve class of students that's 1 through 4, which is just kind of a normal school where they pay a tuition to be a part of this school, and yeah, it's got the name recognition still of Hope's Peak Academy, and that a lot of that money has been stated helps fund the main focus of Hope's Peak Academy, which is nurturing and educating these ultimates, of which case there's a whole other group of classes. So there's classes like 1 through 4 of the ultimates as well.
Well, somebody's gotta be funding this giant conspiracy behind the scenes.
Yeah, and so the reserve school is just a normal school that helps fund the ultimate program, which is where they go and they find these ultimate students and bring them in to be the next generation of humanity, or the next leaders of humanity, or however the fuck they always word it.
Yeah, I figured that there were... Well, ultimately they'd be a reserve of something. I just didn't realize that it was that simple of a structure for this school of weirdos. So, I'm figuring that we're getting down to the point that we can start speculating on who's going to survive this whole malarkey and who the plant is at this point, just because we're basically just kind of out of characters at this point. So, I kind of said, I don't know if I said this off camera or on last week, but I'm thinking that, at a minimum, I'm thinking that Chachki, Nagito, and Akane are going to be the survivors, since Chachki is our second lieutenant character, Nagito's the idealistic moron, and Akane's terminally useless, which seems to be the characteristics of the first class's survivors. And I think at this point, if I had to pick a plant, and I really had to think about this one, just because nobody really seems to fit the bill of who the plant would end up being, so I just ended up picking Sonya to continue that hilarious joke. But I also do think that Chunsoft would do a thing where they'd pull out of their ass at the last moment that Sonya's country was actually doing very terribly, and they needed support from the conspiracy to protect it or the royal family, which is why she agrees to help whoever's running this whole thing on the island, that she knows everything, because I would imagine that, she has to get something out of it, maybe beyond her own survival. Maybe it's Monami somehow, I don't know, because I think the big issue with trying to pin who the plant would end up being is that I really have no idea of, beyond Nagito, what anybody's intentions are of what they're actually trying to do on the island.
I will remind you that post-trial, there was a conversation late at night between Monokuma and Nagito, where he talked about how, according to the book he's got, the class is supposed to be this many students, and there's one student not accounted for.
Didn't we have the whole class? I can't imagine they said that there's 17 people in this class.
That's incorrect. I misspoke. It's not that one's not accounted for, it's that we have one too many.
So they flipped it on us. It's supposed to be a 15-person class.
So someone here is not supposed to be here, according to what Nagito was. And based on how he was talking, it wasn't Hajime being a member of the reserve class. That's not what he means. According to him, from what he understands, there's supposed to be, there's one people too many, so that means someone's actually presumably supposed to not be a student here, but we'll have to figure out who that is and what that's about. So that's just me trying to help point you away from Monami, because you mentioned Monami might be the plant or the spy, and I'm like I better mention that, like, Nagito is currently investigating that on a deeper level, or it seems to know some stuff about that now, and
well, it definitely wouldn't.
That we have one person too many.
It definitely wouldn't be a Jime, because that would be too simple for a visual novel to just do, unless it's not of this caliber, because that's too thin of a loop. But yeah, I did forget that. I didn't forget that scene in general, but I forgot that part of the conversation.
Yeah.
So where did I leave off on this? I think it was here. But on the other hand, if Sonya is supposed to be the plant, she's probably doing a bad job, since she hasn't been pushing for any of these murders to happen, and it doesn't seem like she's being all that involved for what a plant is supposed to be doing. But then again, Nagito and Chachki would be the ones being involved, and they're too obvious to be the plant, so it's kind of weird. The other suspect I would have is Kazuichi, but I think he's slightly less likely to be it, since he's been such a facepalm level character this entire scenario that I don't think he's competent enough to be the plant, but that might be his own cover idea for being so stupid. For the final victim, since I think, that the first class, Chapter 5, is going to be the actual last murder of our cast, and the last chapter is going to be dealing with some random person in a suit, or a masked person, or Mono Bear getting murdered instead, and having to solve that to try and tie this future Foundation stuff together for the final act. I think Fuyuhiko would probably be an obvious victim, but my outside bet would be Nagito. But I don't think Chunsoft has the balls to out their interesting character of the story at all, since we don't have anyone remotely on his level to replace him with. So I think that'd be kind of a dumb idea for the story to have the next victim be Nagito, because no one's as interesting as him. And he's also he's trying to stir the pot now, so I think it'd be weird to throw him out immediately after that. But at this point, really, any of these dinguses can fit any role, since I know so little about their intentions of what they're planning on doing in the future, or where they stand on things beyond some vague notions. It really could be anybody. The only person who's had their Byakuya, okay, we're getting out of this shit moment, has been Nagito in the last episode, except that he's trying to help Mono Bear fuck us over even more than he already has been. So, in this episode, Hajime is just in a real spot of bother on episode 9 of this book. So, let's get back to reading it.
Alrighty. Give me 1 second to find something that I saved on my phone here. Okay.
Is it a fan theory that's gonna come into play?
No, it's where all the mono bears are hiding.
You're really fixing on getting that completion done.
Yup. Okay. Oh, what did I hit? Oh, I hit something that pops up.
I don't think you hit anything. Nothing happened.
No, nothing in the game. I hit something that popped up a Discord thing, so I don't think I was tabbed in the game, and I thought I was, so when I started hitting keys, it did something on Discord.
They tried to go back to things as normal after what happened?
The best of their ability, yeah.
Really? I figured they'd be
7
freaking
humans.
out at this point. There's only 7 people left on the island! We don't got nobody left. And Fuyuhiko's terrible eye patch is not gonna save the day. Yeah, it's almost like everything on this island is ridiculously way too big.
Stupid fool.
Is that Mono Bear pulling a stupid voice?
Hey! Huh? What's up?
Kazuichi, did you do something stupid and fucked up? Like try to revive Nekomaru?
I am concerned. Jeez.
Why is she talking about seasonings?
Because she's talking about how the food is growing old on her.
Is that because it's literally growing old? None of you guys have been cooking anything?
I mean, presumably they've been eating very similar meals because their cooking skills aren't all that well developed, and so that's why they're like, yeah, now we're starting to realize how useful Terra was when he was around.
They didn't realize that until now, 4 chapters after he died.
I mean, they're starting to feel more impact at what his skills brought to the table, because now the food's starting to grow, you know, it's starting to feel like, oh man, we've had this.
Oh my god, I built
times.
an alarm clock.
I'm no doll. I'm Mini Maru.
This is kinda fucked up, Kazuichi. I rebuilt Nekomaru after he died. And now he's alive again. Why did you do this?
It's not quite him.
Thanks.
Akane, I figured you'd be like punching Kazuichi's dick off for doing that. And now Akane's stealing everything from Kazuichi.
Man.
He's gonna steal that terrible jumpsuit. And his hat and his earring. I mean, it's not like he wanted to get killed.
I mean, this goes back to the concept of he could have screamed, he could have done something, but instead he chose to fight.
And Nekomaru
Gundam.
wouldn't have done any of that stuff. It's just that Gundam immediately fucked him over, so he didn't get a chance to punch him.
But no, we literally know that that's not true. They literally had a
Well, what did he do?
confrontation before.
Well,
before
yeah,
they
but then he
decided to
just...
fight.
Did he even have the time to move? He didn't just stand there.
There was literally a moment where they stared each other down. There's literally a thing that happened. They had an active, like,
Yeah, they had a...
beginning to the fight.
Yeah, they had a conversation.
Right, but he already realized that Gundam was there to kill him. Like, it wasn't like oh, hi Gundam, how are you today? Oh man, I got killed by Gundam. It wasn't a surprise attack.
Yeah, it wasn't a surprise attack, but it wasn't exactly like, you know, I'm gonna stand here for 10 minutes and we're just gonna talk it out.
No, but it's still enough time to, like, yell or make a big enough commotion to get others to know what's happening. The point is he chose in that moment to fight Gundam, so one of the two was gonna die to the other.
I mean, yeah, but...
Which meant everybody was gonna be able to eat.
I would still struggle to say that he really had a chance considering what Gundam had planned.
I mean, I suppose in that regard, but Nekumar didn't necessarily know that when he made the decision to fight Gundam.
No, he couldn't have known. Because I don't think he ever really considered that he'd have to take out Gundam. So I don't think Nekomaru, like, made any like, self-defense plans. Whereas Gundam, like, planned almost everything down to the letter.
I mean, yeah. So while he didn't quote-unquote make plans, he had enough time to choose self-defense and fighting over causing a scene, commotion, and getting other people there. Like, he had enough time to decide whether or not he wanted Gundam to get caught in the act, or if he wanted to fight Gundam, and he chose to fight Gundam.
Would Nekomaru have even, like, thought he would lose? Like, I mean, considering that he was a battle robot, and Gundam's just a dude, why would he have thought that he would lose?
I mean, I don't think he necessarily thought he would lose, but I'd say everybody should believe there's a chance.
I think he's probably overconfident. It's like, this fight's gonna be fun and I'm totally gonna squish you.
Man. That's right.
How do you use a doll to do that? Does it
It
walk
presumably
around?
vibrates like a massage. I assume it vibrates like a massage gun.
I installed shark teeth into it. Just like me!
Hey.
I don't know, maybe he slept in the woods overnight or something. Did Kazuichi literally just say you don't have to worry about Nagito? Of course you have to! You have to worry about him all the fucking time! You fucking idiot!
Hey.
How has that never crossed your mind? We could stab him in the face. We could tie him up again and throw him into the sea and then he'll drown. I mean, Nagito isn't a physical specimen. We could take him out anytime we wanted to.
Hey, bastard.
Wait, they didn't know?
Well, so he said it during the trial. Nagito said it during the trial, but didn't say like flat out what that meant. And
Did
then
he-
Hajime said, "I'll talk about it after the trial."
Didn't he so he just explained it to us and not everybody?
I mean, Chiaki was there, I guess, but
I figured we weren't alone when that happened.
no, it was us and Chiaki. Everybody else was out investigating the murder in different spots.
These people don't investigate murders, they just stand
Well,
in the corner.
So all the guys at that moment in time, because what happened was Nagito dropped down from that hidden panel in the ceiling that he learned about that was in that room, right?
Yeah, he got
So-
in the hatch.
So the other people were still the guys on the other side were still repairing the elevator, and the remaining girls were the people standing guard at the crime scene. So it was literally only Chiaki and I.
See, that makes a lot more sense. Because that would be something they'd try to do.
Huh?
Even though at that point in time, it's probably not important enough to fix the elevator, unless it was like, I guess the elevator was locked and there might have been evidence in it.
I mean, the reason to fix the elevator is because literally no one could go from the one side to the other at that time. Like, the guys hadn't even seen the body or the crime scene because they couldn't have.
And
They were
Hajime needs to
stuck
get
on
over
that
there to get all of the evidence and do all of the work.
I mean, except that didn't happen once again.
Really? Hajime didn't follow up?
Well, we didn't have time to follow up.
Damn
So
timetables.
remember, we switched plane to Nagito, and we did the other half of the other side's investigation as Nagito. And then once we did all the investigating on that side, we went and played the final death game as Nagito.
What did Hajime just realize? That he's terrible?
I mean, it's bothering him still. Remember, he had to like put it out of his mind for the sake of the trial, but now the trial's over.
Right?
See, Chachki is being correct.
Listen. Hey.
I don't think... Okay, Monami's dying, apparently. Oh yeah, she's doing her thing that she does all the time. And apparently she almost died this time.
Which is weird because we've already seen her die like twice.
Have
She
we
just
seen her
comes
die,
back.
or did she just get punched into the moon?
Well, so at the very beginning of the game, killing Monami was his killing a person to show you that you don't break the rules. So he like killed Monami at the very beginning of the game, like at the same point in the game where Junko got killed, in the first game.
I think I have a vague idea that happened.
Yeah, when he was
Sounds
going
right.
over the rules, of the game, he killed Monami
Huh?
just to show that he's capable of killing.
You're standing right in front of us. You're not a ghost. Yes, Monami, maybe you should go back to your terrible house and just sit there for the entire time. She's the one who keeps fighting all the mono beasts, and still she's the most useless character in this whole story. She doesn't do anything.
She tries to get us to cheer up and tries to get us to not follow, don't fall for Monokuma's stuff. The problem is like no one trusts her and no one likes her, so...
Well, she's probably running the conspiracy somehow, because who else is? Who else would have the ability to? It's this magical bear that used to be a rabbit and five idiots.
Monokuma pointed out, I believe at one point, and one of the reasons why they don't trust Monami is the one that brought him to the island.
Yes.
So Monokuma didn't show up right away, so Monami was up to something before Monokuma even showed up.
Which is why she can't be trusted, because she obviously knows things.
But yeah, but then Monokuma also implied... Monokuma has at times implied that she's an adversary to him and that they're not on the same side, but at the same time he's also tried to imply that they're on the same side, in which case Monami tends to chime in and be like, hey, don't say we're on the same side.
Well, yeah, because he keeps just
So,
destroying her all the time and owning her face.
Yeah, he just beats her up because...
I'll show you.
I think that Mono Bear knows what's going on, but he doesn't... Like, he cares more about running his little game than the conspiracy. So I think he
You're
just...
correct in the fact that Mono Bear seems to know what's going on at large.
I don't know, it seems like the circumstances of him subverting the whole game means that he doesn't... It seems like it's more about him than the conspiracy itself.
Right.
Like, it's just something that he wanted to do.
Well, yeah, because we have a group called World Ender, we have a group called the Future Foundation. I
That
don't know
brought
if we're
the
entirely
copy of the
sure.
school here.
We're not even sure if they're the same or separate organizations.
Down.
They have to be... They can't be the same thing. That'd be silly.
All right.
Although we have such little details about what's going on outside of the island that it could really be anything. Is it gonna be another island of like 5 things? Or is it gonna be an island of 1 thing? It's gonna be a big courthouse.
But yeah, the school does have the word future on it.
Leave it to me.
Yep, it's the Future Foundation's school. They just decided to build a 1-to-1 recreation of Hope's Peak on this island for no reason. And we still haven't gotten into the school. Hajime is taking this really seriously. The fact that he's not good enough to be in the main class. Oh, is that what the last island looks like? Looks like a slum district.
We'll have to find out once we get there, but yeah, that's part of it, at least.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yep, we're going across that bridge.
Sorry, I was reading where all the...
We've arrived in the post-apocalypse. We are now in manga world.
I guess it has an ambiance befitting of a final island.
It also has 6 cranes on it for some reason. And constant broadcasts of Mono Bear.
Alright, well, let's go to Vendor Street.
Let's go to... Mono Bear's eating food.
No.
Yeah, we have a fuck ton of coins we should spend.
Oh yeah, we need to go to that. We need to go to that palm tree and spend all those coins at some
Yep.
point. Here's Blade Runner Street, where no one eats and no one lives. So it's kind of pointless.
So there is apparently food here, but there are no employees or people of any kind.
Shouldn't Akane be here then?
Yeah, that's what Fuyuhiko was saying. He's like, I'm surprised you were the first one to show up after me. I would have guessed Akane would have been followed the smell.
Yeah,
Alright,
that's
so
a
we have
factory. That's a pretty decent place to kill someone. Maybe someone's already dead. Hey, Chachki, did you get in the building? I mean, everything here is shady. Doesn't look like... It barely looks like there's a society here, but then again, there wouldn't... It's kind of weird, because there's no society here, so why would they build all this nonsense?
I mean, all the islands have buildings and facilities, and it looks like there should be more people than just us.
Yeah, but it seems like this place would be, like, formed by, like, a really particular culture, but since there's never been any people here, there's no culture to build all of this. So,
Yeah, as
who the
mentioned,
fuck,
yeah, this
who
is
had
like
the
a weird
idea for this
futuristic
stuff?
city. This whole island's a weird futuristically city. Anyway, we can go into the goods warehouse, or we can go inside the factory.
We should probably investigate the factory, because that's probably gonna be where someone's gonna get killed. Because there's a lot of industrial stuff you can use to kill people. Like this giant wheel that turns trees into collectible dolls. So apparently all the collectibles are made out of wood. Why is this getting like the mysterious music? It's just a quirky factory.
Because this is where they're building Monokumas.
I've been
I
found.
thought this is where they were building Monokuma dolls.
Well, we'll have to find out if they're dolls or the robots, but...
Can Hajime pick up one and poke it? Why does he need to build like 1 million of them? Who's these being mass produced for? Oh good, so Hajime isn't stupid. He's trying to merchandise himself after the apocalypse.
Yahoo!
I mean, I don't think Danganronpa has that big of an audience to make him crazy money. But then again, considering the freaking, like, statues that video games sell, like, they're ridiculously expensive, so maybe he can make $1 billion off of this.
Right? Looking at me in the Resident Evil 4 Collector's Edition, or Resident Evil 4 Remake Collector's Edition I bought, that I'm getting an expensive-ass statue of Leon in.
Hopefully it's not made like shit.
It isn't. Like, we know what it looks like.
Well, you know what it looks like, but, you know, you don't know what it's made out of.
I guess, but the last Resident Evil 2 Remake and Resident Evil 3 Remake had very similar collector's editions that also came with a statue, and we know what those statues were made of. And so it's likely just another one of those statues.
Yeah, Resident Evil 2 and 3 are made pretty close together.
Because, yeah, this 2 Remake has a statue of, I believe, Leon again. And then Resident Evil 3 Remake, you got a statue of Jill. Which I wish I had.
Huh, he only made 10 standees of himself.
Unless there's some standees in the boxes. There's a Monokuma calendar, Monokuma sandbag, and Monokuma guitar.
Why the hell would he sign off on a sandbag? Why would he merchandise that? I mean, that's fair. Considering that Chunsoft didn't want to make any more games after 4 of them. And that's even if Mono Bear is in the spin-off game they made. I would imagine he has to be.
What, in Ultra Despair Girls?
Yeah, that spin-off girly game they made.
Yes, he is indeed in Ultra Despair Girls.
I figured
It
they
is
might
kinda-
make like a girl Mono Bear to fill his spot.
Yeah, Ultra Despair Girls is a side story that takes place between the events of the first and second game.
This is a really
it's
weird
also the-
angle.
It's also the game we're gonna play after this one, before we go to V3.
They're gonna keep me in suspense for the collapse of the series.
I mean, V3's not tied to 1 and 2, so...
Forgive you, my little.
Monami, no one likes you. You're annoying.
Hey,
Here's a proverb to explain why you're an idiot. That wasn't a story, that was a sentence.
I mean, it's Monomere just claiming why there only needs to be merchandise of him and none of Monami. In all fairness, I think if I would buy a Monokuma or a Monami like plushie, I'd want one of both.
I think someone's gonna have to file a lawsuit.
What a hopeless way of snapping back.
What, Aura? That's in a lot of stuff.
Special bleeding service.
What?
Here.
Why did they make him record that line?
It's for when he hurts people.
Why did they flee from the situation?
Oh, he was planning to dispose of inventory. Or something. I missed exactly what he said, but essentially we needed to be out of there, because...
I'm just gonna set the entire room on fire! Ah! He's made too many standees, so whoever wants to decorate the room... That's when he was getting beaten up. Well, beating up. Yeah, I don't understand what the order of events there was.
Okay, so... I think he was essentially getting ready to, like, push us into decorating the room. Like, he was gonna force us to decorate the room if we stuck around. Like, And so, like, we better not stick around so that he can make us.
That was a very weird scene.
Yeah, it was just Mono Bear going on about how he's merchandising himself for the most part. Anyway, there's a military base.
There's a military base. That's not incredibly dangerous. Here. So what, are all the helicopters broken? There's also... Here's a tank that's somehow 20 feet tall. That's not how tanks usually work.
I knew you could do it.
So the next person who's gonna get murdered is gonna be vaporized instead. Just like exploded into a puddle.
All right.
How are we gonna combat the conspiracy when there's only 5 people here to do it? You dumb lady.
I mean, having weapons versus having no weapons. Like, that's a valuable point.
It's about as dumb as, like, at the end of the first game when Makoto is like, okay, guys, we're gonna go out into the apocalypse world and we're gonna do really good.
Well, okay, so you gotta remember why they went out. So if Monokuma died, like, if they stopped Monokuma, the school systems was gonna, like, air filtration systems and life support systems were gonna shut down, and, like, they'd eventually just starve inside the school or die inside the school. So they had to choose to either let Junko live and choose to live there inside the school, or if hope overcame despair, they would have to brave the apocalypse, whatever that may entail, without them knowing exactly what that may entail.
Huh.
And so they had to leave the school. They had no choice in staying in the school at the end of the first game.
Which means at the end of this game, the island is going to collapse into the sea. And that's not going to throw anyone off whatsoever. Wait, are you sure not just in your school for princesses? Why would you have a class about modern warfare for the entire island, for the entire country? I mean, weapons are weapons even when they're just sitting around.
Right. I mean, well, the point she means is they're not hurting anybody until a human decides to use them.
I think she's thinking about this a bit too simplistically.
Please wait.
Well, it's the concept of thing doesn't kill people, people kill people.
Wait, how did you get into the tank? It's taller. It's almost the size of a house.
Okay, you've never been next to a tank then.
Well,
they have ladders and stuff on them. Like, they're designed to be climbed. Like, you can climb up the side of a tank.
That tank is way too big for what a tank is supposed to be. Like, that tank back there is wrong.
However,
Because the perspective makes it look like it's 20 feet tall.
I'll have to look once it zooms out.
Did Sonia not open the book she found?
There's a pamphlet.
It looks like there's 7 pages in it? Okay, maybe 4.
So it does document Jabberwock's Island's redevelopment plan.
Okay, we should probably read that then. Open the book. Okay, so it's under future, but future isn't here, and also nobody's here, so apparently that didn't go well. Although that would explain why all these buildings are here. So, the Future Foundation just stole the island instead?
I mean, so apparently the island went bankrupt before the apocalypse happened.
Yeah,
It was unaffected by the apocalypse.
Yeah, I didn't really understand what they were going on about, because it's like the travel agency went bankrupt, and it's like, well, what does that matter? It's a travel agency. Couldn't they just go to the island without them?
Well, they managed the whole island, so the whole island was just a tourist resort.
Okay, that makes...
Technically the whole archipelago, because when they say Jabberwock Island, they're referring to the archipelago of all the islands.
Yeah, the 6 islands.
Yeah. And so apparently...
Wait, that sentence isn't right. Could that the Future Foundation's responsibility? That's wrong.
Yeah, there's a B missing. Could that be the future responsibilities? So, there's a B missing.
That's a really bad mistake.
I mean, when you have a game with this much text, it happens, I guess.
Okay, so, wait. This place is uninhabited. Yeah, the maintenance. Okay, so, yeah, you're right. That was what the sentence was supposed to be. Do they not know about the Mono Bear apocalypse?
I believe they've been told the world ended, but I don't think they know any details about it.
well,
So when we talked to her in the library back in the second island...
Was this the book that established, there were supposed to be, a ton of people here and it was really populated?
Yeah, that this was a popular resort place and that it showed the original statue that was supposed to be in the center of the park, and...
It's all the Mono Beasts. Because it's 5 things, so I'd imagine that those are what the Mono Beasts look like.
however,
Yeah, the mono beasts are indeed the things that were on the statue.
Was the statue replaced by the bomb?
Yeah,
that-
the statue's now been replaced by the bomb.
Um,
When we first got here, the statue was here, but the point of what point that brochure pointed out is that there was actually like a building in that park. Like there was supposed to be more to that park than just a statue. And when we got there for the first time, there was just a statue. And then when Monokuma showed up, the statue exploded, and each thing on the statue became a separate mono beast that guarded one of the islands. So
That
the
does
four
sound
animals plus
familiar.
the guy became the 5 robots that blocked the island, and then the statue was replaced with the bomb.
There's a lot of things that they just randomly establish in these scenes when we go exploring.
Yeah, no, we get little pieces of the puzzle every single time.
Doesn't seem like the game is like it's. I don't know. It seems like they're just waiting until now to start putting the pieces together.
I mean, we haven't had any like pieces to put the pieces around for a good while. We're starting to get pieces that help connect all the other pieces.
I think Hajime would probably have at least an idea of what's going on. He should probably try a little harder. Let's just not talk to Akane. Let's leave. I mean, yeah, it has treads, so if it has an engine, it should move. That's... Oh. Yeah, this is a scene that happened. Who? Was Sonya hit us in the head? Oh wait, we punched the helicopter.
Yeah.
Well, you punched a helicopter, of course nothing was gonna happen.
you.
Fair enough.
Obviously.
You're just carrying around a mini Kuma? Mini Maru.
Yeah, Minimaru.
Right.
Okay. I figured Akane was, like, purely unaware of her own sexuality the entire time. Here's a coliseum I built out of...
It's apparently Sea
Surfers?
King Industries, whatever the fuck that is.
That's a building? Here I build mono beasts. This seems like an inefficient use of space. I have 2 building units that I have, and that's it. Okay, they make insulation, but they also make the mech robots?
Well, okay, so they're a company that specializes in manufacturing electric installations.
That
So-
says insulation. That's not what that means. Insulation
whatever-
is not robots.
Well, whatever electric insulation is then, and other machine parts. But yes, now, for whatever reason, it looks like they're building robots.
I wonder how they got that expertise and all this equipment then. Fair enough, it does look researchy. Which means that there's a self-destruct button in the basement that we're gonna have to go hit.
What's going on?
I mean, they could be making machine parts. They might make the entire robot in-house for all we know.
Oh, that one's kind of hard to see.
Well, yeah, it's in the shadow.
Huh? Are you serious?
I'm surprised you saw that. Hajime doesn't know what it is, he's just gonna call it a machine. I'm building the next generation of sex doll. It's about 1/4 finished.
Maybe. You serious?
I mean, that also has some implications for us, you know, Kazuichi. For all we know, we could be robots. Why are you so impressed by this? That's fucked up.
We've seen people stabbed and killed, so at least the ones who died weren't
That
robots.
was close.
Well, except for Mekumaru, who was 100% obviously a robot when he died, but
Hey.
the point is people have been cut and bled and stabbed through the chest and things like that, and
Well, there's no answer to that because there's no people here, and we can't get to the records because we don't know where they are.
well, but yeah, but my point is we had corpses and we had a nurse do an autopsy on all the corpses back when we had human corpses, because we had a nurse throughout all that time, and so she would have noticed if people were a robot.
So it'd be kind of hard to explain as a twist.
Right. If every single one of us was a robot, my point is we should know for sure at this point in time in the story that at the very least everybody who's died up to this point is not a robot.
Fine.
Well, maybe they replaced the entire class in the real world with robots, just to cover their tracks on how we got here, and that we disappeared.
What's going on?
I mean, this opens up a lot of can of worms that they're making for like any sort of twist ending, that they're making humanoid robots. Because that could go like a whole bunch of different places.
Okay, there's still something else I need to interact
The
with.
television?
No, I think I haven't actually spoke to Kazuichi. Like,
What, you haven't? He's just been reacting to us?
so he's reacted to each thing we've looked at, and then I think when we first arrived, he spoke before I was even able to interact with anything.
Huh?
Did that sentence just say you self? Did it say yourself? Oh no, it did say your. I was like, is Ajive trying to talk in jive now? He doesn't jive.
Hey,
I couldn't crack the password, even though I'm the best at machines. Oh, he did break into the email in 5 seconds. Kazuichi, this doesn't help us with anything.
Well, we'll have to. It's apparently a delusional story, so let's see what it says.
Does this matter? Apparently, Global. Wait, it's a manga about the apocalypse.
Or it's the actual apocalypse, and Kazuichi thinks it's a manga because we don't know the details of apocalypse, and he's like, "Well, it's so absurd it can't be real."
Well, he's the one saying it is a manga, so shouldn't it look like one?
Well, he's saying he said he thinks it's someone's idea for a manga, so it's not in the form of a manga. It's just text.
Okay.
He thinks it's someone's idea for like a show or a manga or a book.
Wait, the apocalypse was caused by Hope's Peak Academy directly? That seems a bit crazy.
I mean, even Kazuichi said
I figured that Mono Bear
that's
just like
not
came down to
realistic
the...
at all.
Well, yeah, we know that none of this is realistic. So somehow Hope's Peak Academy, the people who came from it, just somehow managed to delusionalize all of society, and that caused the apocalypse? It seems like a very vague apocalypse. It's just like this vague, general discontent pervades all of society, and then the society itself destroys the world. And they all take up the banner of Mono Bear to do it. I mean, I wouldn't believe it. I don't even know how that would happen.
We'll have to figure out.
Other than
more
the game
about it.
saying that it happened. Do you want to go back to how we first got here because we all fell asleep together and were transported to an island in 15 seconds? Didn't Kazuichi forget about that?
We all walked into a classroom, we met Monami, and then all of a sudden the whole room shook, and then the walls fell down, and we were on the island.
And Kazuichi doesn't think might tie into this. Because why else would we be here on a place that's completely cut off from all of everything else?
I see.
No, he didn't. He built the robots here. Probably.
This is bad.
He might have built the bomb here, too.
Hey.
We shouldn't make terrible assumptions about the people who kidnapped us and put us on an island for the rest of our lives.
No, his point is it's a bad assumption to make because if we are to believe that that's the people who put us here, there's potentially no hope that we'll be able to get out.
Which is kind of weird for, an island that has 3 airplanes and 7 helicopters on it.
Well,
There might be a bit of hope left, Kazuichi.
Damn right.
There's also, like, 3 factories. Oh, we're going to the new cafeteria.
So everybody's meeting at the food stall street.
Isn't there another building that we haven't looked at yet? Yeah,
Oh,
the...
center.
Oh.
This is the road to the center island.
Really? We're done already. I thought there's usually 5 places.
No, most. I mean, I think every island's had a different number, but I think most have 4. First island, I think, only has like. No, I guess it has 4 if you count the. That has the ranch, the shopping mall, the inn. Does it have a 4th thing? Oh, and the airport.
There's way too many buildings. I'm never gonna remember what the hell was anywhere. Oh yeah, Nagito is still AWOL. Huh, Kazuichi's actually being intelligent at this point.
I mean, that's what he said last time, and you jumped on him his case about it there.
Good. Well, I can't imagine Kazuichi ever being smart about anything.
Right, but eventually, like earlier when we were at the inn and someone said, hey, where is he? He was like, who cares? And you're like, well, we gotta care because he's, you know, up to no good. And then here he said, who cares? And you're like, yeah, Kazuichi's saying something smart. My point is,
I thought he just said that he wasn't our friend.
I mean, he says, who cares where he is? He's not our friend. That's what he just said here. Like, we don't care about him, so who cares where he is?
Well, I mean, I don't know, it's like, yeah, he's right, but, you know, we can't be so flippant about it because he could jump us and have machinations of his own at any time. So we still have to keep tabs on him. Which is why we should tie him up again and throw him into a different closet. I mean, considering the first class, there might be a good reason why we're all stuck here, being provided for with anything we could think of.
Yeah, Monomi works for the Future Foundation, right? She's pretty much admitted to that at this point.
I wouldn't really call that opposing him, considering she's been functionally useless every time.
She's been actively against him. It's just she hasn't been succeeding in any sense of the word other than destroying the Mono Beast.
I mean, if Mono Bear built the Mono Beast, why isn't he continuing to build more Mono Beasts to replace the ones that she's breaking?
I mean, maybe he either A, doesn't care, or because, you know, it makes his game more exciting, or B, it takes a while to build them.
Well, obvious. Tchotchke thinks it's bringing up the possibility it might be all an act somehow.
He's not bringing up the fact that it's all an act.
Well,
She's saying no, it's not all an act because Kazuichi said you mean pretending to oppose him.
Oh, Kazuichi is saying the dumb thing.
So Fuyuhiko said even though Monokuma is forcing us to kill each other, Monomi has always been opposing him. And Kazuichi's like, you mean pretending? And then Chiaki's like, no, she's not pretending. They clearly hate each other.
Please wait.
She can be our ally or our enemy, it doesn't matter when she can't do anything. The only thing we could get out of Monomi is, like, information that she doesn't want to give us. Because every time we directly asked her a question, she's gotten flustered and tried to, like, bail from the situation immediately.
I'm starting to get pumped up.
Well, why don't you go fight something?
Whoa! Damn it. I won't be fooled.
I mean, it'd be an interesting twist if we were the plants somehow.
But no, he was accusing Fuyuhiko of being the plant.
Yeah, which is what I was saying. It'd be a weird twist for a visual novel for the protagonist to be the bad guy.
Listen.
The
I
song
don't
is now
think
suggesting
so.
that potentially there never was a traitor. Also, us as the players know there's one too many people. So, like, the characters right now that are talking don't know that, but us, the players, should already know that there's one too many people.
Well,
Well, we got people telling us that the numbers are wrong, but we haven't looked at the roster yet.
cool.
I mean, that's fair, but my point is they didn't tell us, like, they told us, the player, and the fact that Nagito confronted Monokuma about it, but none of the characters in the scene have been told this by anybody, that there's one too many.
Hey, Nagito.
Man,
Well, we have to explore the island. What are you talking about?
No, he's talking about what the current strategy we're talking about right now.
Do we have a strategy, or are we like discussing it at least?
It started with let's try to maybe get Monami on our side. Then Kazuichi was like, nah, she's not on our side. This is a three-way battle between us, the Future Foundation, and Monokuma. And then Kazuichi accused Fuyuhiko of being the traitor, and then we got to talking about whether or not there's a traitor. And Sonya wants to claim that no, it's just a lie Monokuma told us. There definitely shouldn't be no traitor. There can't be a traitor. And that's the quote unquote running away, right? We're not facing the reality that there's a traitor. Instead, the conversation is currently headed in a direction of trying to rationalize that there isn't a traitor.
Yeah, so we don't have a strategy, we're just talking about the possibility of things.
Well, the strategy at the time was potentially the strategy that got put forth was potentially talking to Monami.
Well, let's talk to
And try to get
Nagito
Monami on our
and tie him up again.
jeez.
You weren't here for, like, this whole discussion. What are you complaining about it with?
What? Well, we asked him where he was.
Yeah,
so
now he's
like,
complaining about what we're talking about. It's like, fuck you, dude. You haven't even been here for any of
Well,
this.
so essentially our point was like, where have you been? And he's like, well, you guys are just running around like hamsters in a wheel. He's like, I didn't join you guys in investigating this island because it's just hamsters in a wheel.
I mean, yeah, but functionally we should get this information because somebody else in the group might, use it to murder us.
Now then.
They could have their own machinations and, we can head them off. Possibly catch them in the act if we know what's going on. So he's trying to find the plant? Because he thinks that he's hiding?
He's trying to find someone who's apparently not here.
I think we already have enough unknown roles in this scenario that we don't need to invent another one. So
Well, so the
Nagito should calm down a little bit.
So the person he's talking
School Life?
about, that Killing School Life was the first game, death game. So the death game of the first game is called Killing School Life.
Does he
And
think
this
that?
one is Killing Class Trip, I think.
Does he think that
this one?
Makoto is on the island somehow?
I mean, I guess he's not specifying which survivor, but
I mean, he knows the survivor. Well, he knows the roster at least. That'd be kind of pointless if it was him, considering that he's dead. Although, they might pull another Junko and he might not be dead.
Jeez.
It's not like he planned to be stabbed in the face. Or wherever the hell he was stabbed.
That's right. Well,
I mean, to be fair, Byakuya kinda died in vain because his death didn't accomplish anything.
This is troubling.
All it did was kill Teru Teru, and, like, he went out for the thing that he didn't even want to do. He wanted to kill Nagito. Yeah, we're definitely going to be able to figure that out right now. Or maybe he's going to be like, I'll tell you in the next chapter.
and the Yida just said he hasn't figured out who the traitor is.
Really?
But that it won't take him very long to figure it out.
I figured he would have already gotten to the point, considering he has all the answers in his little book.
What?
It's gonna be kind of weird if Sonya ends up being the plant because she's the one who's saying there is no plant. That'd be kind of odd. Yeah, you're definitely gonna be able to accomplish that. You can become the ultimate nutcase. Is that good enough for you?
Now then.
Yeah, we'll definitely do you a favor, insane person. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be either the murderer or the victim. I'm gonna be going crazy this time.
Says tell him not to worry because I'm planning to go out. Besides, the next one will probably be the last.
Bye now.
Nagito has done the math. He knows what's going on.
Nagito is hunting specifically for the traitor, claims he's gonna find out soon who the traitor is, and claims that Monokuma doesn't need to make a motive.
So, do you think he's posturing, or does he actually have an idea of what's going on?
He does seem to know more than everybody, and we, the players, know that he has access to more information than everybody else.
Because for all they know, Nagito is just bullshitting and running around cackling to himself. Sonya is trying to be the purest of all the characters, and this is the third time I've accused her of being a bad person. Because she's totally the plant this time. She's a bad person. Deep down, it's all an act, and we just need to suss her out. Get it out in the open of how terrible she is. She's Hitler 2 in a dress.
I'll show you my serious side.
I'm here too.
I mean, considering they didn't animate a whole figure for you and you just show up as a JPEG Minimaru. Why didn't they just draw Minimaru sitting on Akane's shoulder all the time? That would have been kind of cute.
Mm.
Maybe it's because
Anyway.
they're just gonna throw Minimaru out of the story right now.
So part of the plan right now is that we need to potentially tie up Nagito because he's going to kill someone.
Yeah, we probably should get on that. Is it like 6 p.m.?
It's nighttime right now.
I mean, it's nighttime, but it looks like very early nighttime.
I forget which.
We're
rooms
going to the
are.
hotel?
No, I believe it said we're going to our room. Yeah, we have to go to our room.
Is Nagito
Yes,
just
it
gonna
is.
be there and stab us? Or is it gonna be like the masked person who's gonna wake up and show themselves to us? And we're gonna get like a Makoto fever dream moment again. Cause was the masked person in the first game like really established before the fever dream?
Yeah. Because they are the ones who showed up behind us and knocked us out earlier on and took everything.
Oh, yeah,
from
the
that one
bathroom
room behind
thing.
the bathroom. So we saw that same masked figure there, and that was a chapter or two before the fever dream part.
Okay, so we're probably not gonna get a masked person. Or, I don't know, a guy with a sack on his head. How can you sleep at a time like this? Nagito is gonna kill you! Well, probably not you, because he doesn't think you're, like... I mean, he thinks Hajime is garbage and useless.
Yeah, it doesn't mean he thinks he's the plant. It sounds like he's planning to find the traitor and kill the traitor as a way of stopping despair.
Considering what he's talking about, Nagito could be planning on doing fucking anything.
That's true. He said he's willing to do literally anything if it means catching the traitor.
Maybe the traitor is his second personality he doesn't know about. Because it's Makoto who actually talks sensibly. And is a human being. But I'm pretty sure that's not gonna happen because that'd be really stupid. We should probably go to the cafeteria and get the morning meeting going.
That is indeed where we're heading.
And Chachki is going to be in her usual spot.
Probably.
I don't think she's been in that spot for like 2 chapters now. Doesn't seem like she's been there all that. Oh, she slept here too.
One of the last 2 chapters we haven't been on this island, because during when everybody got sick during that chapter, we split up into 2 teams. One of which stayed at the hotels, like the motel rooms on that island, and the other one stayed at the hospital. And then we had
It's been a while since we've been here.
yeah, and then the last chapter we were all stuck in the funhouse the entire time. So it's been a while since we've spent like most days on the main island.
That makes perfect sense. You could play video games at 3 a.m. It's just probably not the best idea.
Well,
Okay, so you're playing Mono Bear Bejeweled?
I mean, in a dream. She was talking about a dream she had.
Oh. I'm glad we're getting this, useful dialogue. At least it didn't last all that long.
I mean, it's just showing that the stress of the island and stuff's getting to her, right? A game where Monokumas are falling and she can't, no matter how hard she tries, she can't seem to beat it.
I mean, is the stress getting to them? It seems like the only people who are getting that stressed out are like Kazuichi, Fuyuhiko, and Nagito.
I mean, it's on
Chachki
her
seems
mind.
fine.
That dream implies that she's feeling on some level that they won't be able to win.
Eat well, sit well.
For now.
How are we gonna kill Nagito? Because we should probably do that, just for our
Well,
like
I
own
can't-
protection.
We literally can't kill him, because if we kill him, then it's a trial and then someone dies.
You know, right?
So we have to incapacitate him.
it cannot be.
It's honestly the best idea that we've come up with.
So apparently Kazuichi hasn't slept for 2 days now.
That's a
'cause-
terrible thing.
Because the previous night he built Mini Mario, and that took him all night. And apparently last night he spent the entire night trying to figure out strategies of how to take down Nagito and capture him.
We should probably discount all of his plans because they're probably delusional.
Well, so he said, I thought of several plans, but in the end a straightforward plan would be best. One of us will be a decoy who lures Nagito into the lobby by telling them they need to talk to him. And then task 2 is force him, we use force to just pin him down.
Okay, so how are we gonna negate the luck factor? Because that's gonna be probably a major hindrance to this plan.
Hey,
I mean, the only reason it might have worked the first time is maybe Nagito just wanted to be tied up at that time.
We'll have to find out, yeah.
That's actually a good idea.
So, Kazuichi dubbed himself the commander. The muscle people who are going to attack are Fuyuhiko and Akane.
Isn't Kazuichi just gonna be the decoy?
Right?
No, Kazuichi's the leader, is what he decided.
Great, he's gonna make us the Chachki?
Yaki is the decoy, apparently.
so
Hey,
But Chachki, it might work.
well,
I mean, she might have a better chance of making that work. Of all people to call on Mahiru, it's Fuyuhiko. That's
The one that's responsible for her death.
yeah, that's a bit of a
oh,
it's a bit iffy.
for now.
The leader didn't get any of the frickin' setup stuff.
bow down.
Whoa!
Listen,
To do what?
Miss Sonia?
you must not. That is an order.
I have to go back to the Sea King And
So apparently,
I don't know.
Sonya and I are gonna go do something, and the rest are gonna carry out their form of the plan.
So Sonya actually had an idea to do something?
Sonya has some sort of idea, and she would like us to assist her, while the other ones are pulling the plan of.
I'm pretty sure this is impossible, but okay. The fact that Sonya has a plan.
Yeah, she's not telling anybody right now.
I don't know, you could punch him in the face, that might wake him up. But
Okay,
I
so
can't
30
be on
minutes.
I can't be on
Th-
time for that. There's no concept of time in this place.
I mean, it just means it's gonna load us to that scene.
No, we
Or
just went
make us
back to our
walk there.
room. Let's jump out the window and escape. Let's go drown in the sea. Monami's just standing there doing nothing. Why are you still eating? How?
I mean, the dialogue was very similar to what you just thought, because it was, she's still eating.
She has like an entire rack of bacon in her back pocket. Well, I'm not the one to talk to about that, you freaking
No,
tiny
I
ding
think
dong.
we're hearing two different, like, when I interact with her, I'm hearing her side of her yelling at Kazuichi, and then if I talk to Kazuichi, I'm hearing more of it.
That Monami bastard. Really? You're not gonna say bitch or something else that would make more sense? Well, go talk to Nagito then! He's the one causing all those problems. Nagito's probably on the other side of the whole island chain at this point.
Yeah, we don't necessarily know where he is.
He could be at the old motel digging through drawers. Okay, Sonya, you're standing in a coffee table.
Standing between the two coffee tables.
That's a very specific rule. It's because my country is terribly unlucky at everything.
Well,
Oh yeah, she's talking about the book thing. Did you find another thing about it since the last time we read it? Oh, is she going about the building that's not here? Is she finally gonna put that together?
do you have a minute? Well,
We're going to the school.
Finally. But do we have the ability to get in the school?
Potentially not, but we'll find out.
I mean, last 2 times we were here, they're like, the door's locked, we can't get in it. And then we just stood outside the door and talked about the door. Maybe if we put our hands on the scanner, we have the biometrics to get in. Because Hajime is a special boy. I'm amazed she's calling herself incompetent. That's kind of amazing. Let's just nonchalantly run there really fast to make sure that no one... what the fuck is that?
That's that little pet thing.
Oh yeah, we should go to the first island and stuff all our money in that tree.
hold it right there.
No, she's not letting us go, because that's the trees right here at the beach.
She's a cruel taskmaster and we should push her into the beach. And then, I don't know, shove her into the water.
Damn, I went the wrong way.
Yeah,
It's
I was
on the
like,
second island.
do you remember where the school is? Because I can't really remember.
It's on the second island, but I didn't know which direction from the first island was the second island.
I love how they call it an ancient ruin when it clearly looks like a building that... It looks like a school or a bank. I wouldn't really call it an ancient ruin. It's not like it's thousands of years old.
It's ancient ruin because it's overgrown with giant trees.
Maybe abandoned building. Decrepit building. Other adjective building. Okay, rub the panel. Squish our face into it. Oh god, it has a password? Let me look at the book. Maybe there's a password on it.
Please wait.
Turn the book upside down.
Well,
Anyway, it'd be dangerous to test haphazardly because the gun.
Huh. What could we do to get the gun away
I
from
am
us?
concerned.
Could we go to the military base and get bulletproof armor to put in front of the gun? I don't think that's what you think it means, Sonia.
You are wrong.
Who's Beatrice in your country?
I see. I see.
Again, the book? Maybe it's got a clue on it? Why don't we just drive the 25-foot tall tank here and blow up the door?
Assuming we can start the tank.
Let's put it in neutral and roll the tank here.
Well, then how's the tank gonna break through the door?
We'll have to hotwire the gun.
We have ammo for the gun?
I mean, we have RPGs. There's probably bullets around. We're gonna need the proper caliber for a gun that big. Well, great, that went nowhere.
We know now we need to find a password. That's something we didn't know before, but...
Nagito has the password. Yeah, we don't have a lot of people. We don't have a lot of people to hang out with.
We should go get presents first.
They're gonna give us the happy flappy music even though we're really tense.
It's the hangout music.
Everyone's having fun. Nothing bad's happening. We haven't done this in like 5 chapters.
Yeah, we haven't done it since like chapter 1, basically. Yeah, no matter what, we only have a 10% chance. Even if we put 1 coin in, we only have a 10% chance, and we have 500.
Well, I guess we'll have to rapid fire the tree.
I'm just gonna do this until the percentage gets like above 25.
Yeah, it's that washing machine again. Here's a sword that we... The person who wanted the sword died 4 chapters ago. Here's some earrings. Here's a bag of bullshit. Here's
Water
some
bottle of
water in
some
a
kind.
tube. Here's some more water in a tube.
No, that's a pop.
Here's a sexy picture of pixel art.
Did you not see who was in that picture? It was
did
Junko.
It did
It
look
was
familiar.
It was Junko.
Here's that 7-bladed sword from the other
There was a
game.
portrait of Junko.
Here's a seashell whistle. Here's some
A
more
straight
body
jacket.
armor.
It's the straight jacket's that one.
Here's some
That's like
grass.
a leaf whistle. I want to say it's a leaf whistle if I had to take a guess.
Here's
I don't know what that is.
Here's an old TV. Here's some salt and pepper. Or I don't know, maybe Go pieces.
Some sort of partition, it looked like.
Here's a D&D partition. Here's a
Fan.
bandana.
Oh, that was a fan.
Here's a
Thermometer.
pregnancy test. Here's some glitter.
Sparkly liquid.
Some
Pants.
terrible pants. Ring
Ring.
of power.
Wonder how many coins I have to put in for it to be 100% we get a new item.
That's not too bad on 50. Here's a makeup compact.
Oh, cool. I got a second thing, too.
And another bandana.
Oh, cool. We got a bunch of extra
And
things.
a talking bottle. Here's a carrot. At least it's not a loot box. Here's a terrible pendant. Here's a can of dog food. An Atari steering wheel. Why does the tree get bigger when we put money in it?
It also summons all these little guys.
Daru doll, or whatever it's called. Another sword. A manga. Another steering wheel. A pet lizard, which... That better be a stuffed lizard, because that's kind of fucked up, Mono Bear. That you just put a live lizard in a bottle. Here's a stabbing knife. That's definitely not terrifying.
Looks like friendship bracelets or slap bracelets. It's a pen.
A quill pen.
Fan
Another
again.
fan. Another
ring
ring
of
of
some
power. The ring of
Tuning fork.
tuning fork.
Some
Message in a bottle. I'm pretty sure Nekomaru likes mysteries. This tree's getting really expensive.
Yeah, but every time we keep getting
Tea.
a lucky drop, so we're getting additional things.
Well, I mean, if we're putting 60 coins in the tree, I better be getting more than one thing.
I don't think we're guaranteed, but
Here's some potpourri.
we probably get
Here's
really
a water
high
bottle.
Ramunade.
More slap bracelets. Here's 100 coins. That'll give me a negative chance of repeats. You're probably only going to have enough coins to ring this amount of coins 3 more times.
Yeah, but each time we do it, we get like 5 to 6 things, so it's fine.
Here's a magic potion.
Like we're gonna have
Here's a
plenty of items to
manuscript.
give people, especially for the fact that we don't have that much left of the game.
Rose water. Yeah, we're not going to get like... Well, we're probably going to get Chapter 6 free time, but nothing after that.
Well,
unless-
so in the last
unless
game,
this-
the last chapter had no free time.
Unless... Here's some beef. Unless, like, the last chapter we're going to get like 3 rounds of free time.
I was gonna say,
Or
in
was
the
that
last-
the... Or was that the
in the
chapter
last
before the
game-
last chapter?
In the last game, we didn't get any free time on the last chapter.
Here's some tissues for Teru's dead. Actually, no, just give them to Kazuichi. Here's your 4th sword. You definitely need 4 swords. Terrible camera for, that fat guy who's not here. Here's some potato chips.
Well, the camera would be for Mahiru.
Oh,
She
yeah.
she was a photographer.
It's a real shame that she died immediately, because she was probably one of the best characters. Here's some
Died in
tongues.
chapter 2.
Maid outfit for Ibuki who's dead. Here's a slinky.
Placards.
Bolos. Here's the Xbox 360. You want to just stuff the last 16 coins in them?
Yep.
Here's another
Nice.
stabbing weapon.
Yeah, knife. Alright.
Oh, fuck you. I should have gotten at least 2 on that one. Good.
Oh, we got a shit ton more stuff.
Let's just go very basic. Let's go visit Sonya and Chachki.
Okay. It's gonna fast
Actually, no. Let's go talk to Fuyuhiko and Chachki.
Okay. Who do you want to talk to first, Fuyuhiko or Chiaki?
Chachki's gonna... Oh, actually, she was sleeping when... Let's talk to Fuyuhiko first, because then probably Chachki will wake up by the time in the evening. Fuyuhiko's our friend now.
Jeez.
Oh, fuck, I forgot to do my countdown.
Damn right.
I should probably do that quick, since there's only 6 of you idiots. I actually moved this one around, so I think this one will be a bit more interesting.
Alright, well, first, what present do we want to give him?
Oh, we already hung out?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a one line of, we did whatever and hung out.
What's
And
Ramune?
then-
Is Ramune the water bottle?
Well, so Ramunade is a pop. With like a marble. You've never had Ramunade?
No, I've never
It's-
heard of a marble plug before.
Yeah, so you can buy this you can literally buy this at grocery stores in St. Cloud. It's a Japanese pop. It's in the like international food aisle. But
Yeah.
so the top, there's like a plastic thing. When you tear off the plastic, you end up with this little like plastic plunger that you press down into the top of the bottle, and when you push it down, it forces this bead, this glass marble that's like blocking the top of the bottle, forces it in with like a loud pop, and then it catches halfway down into the neck of the bottle, in this little catch.
So
then you just drink it, and it's just pop.
So they tried to draw that here, and it kind of works.
Yeah, that actually is kind of what they look like. That is pretty on the nose.
Well, I don't think he'd want the non-alcoholic wine because he's gonna call us a sissy. So
I mean, we
maybe
have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, we got a hardtack. Really, hardtack. We got a lot of food.
We did get a lot of food.
Yeah, those jeans aren't gonna fit him. That's for women because I think this game is very male female with its presence. Because I don't think we had like a flamboyant enough guy to appreciate.
Well, didn't mean to give him that. Apparently, it seemed he liked it, so it was a good thing.
I think he
missed
kind
that.
of liked it.
I wanted to read the details on that ring.
Well, now you just gave him the power to blow up the entire island. Wait, I thought he brought it up though. Why is he saying mind your own business now? What are you talking about?
Okay, so what happened?
Huh, now he's saying he wanted to know, and then Fuyuhiko was like, no, fuck you. I'm not telling.
He's like, hey Hajime, never mind, it's nothing. Now I wanna know.
Is he still on edge about Pico?
Maybe, we'll have to find out.
Oh, he's just angry. How is someone always at the supermarket? There's only 5 people on the island.
I don't know, apparently every time he tries to go, there's someone there.
Well, if it doesn't come out of the vending machine, then we can't help him. Vitamin C? Actually, sweets. Maybe sweets.
I actually have an idea what it might be, but...
Oh, that was actually right.
I was thinking calcium because he's small and maybe he wants to get bigger.
I don't think Fuyuhiko is that stupid.
What? No, calcium? Literally, like, the concept of milk makes you stronger?
Well,
That was
yeah,
my
but it's not magical.
No, but people who bulk up, like, work out and are trying to get bigger do drink a lot of milk. Like, yeah, you have to do more than just drink milk, but...
How was that embarrassing? Ichime is just sucking up to Fuyuhiko for some reason.
You... Don't fuck with me!
Apparently he doesn't like milk.
Oh, so you were exactly wrong.
Yeah, I was exactly wrong then.
I'm surprised the game called you out like that.
Damn it!
He's also lactose intolerant on top of everything else? Oh no, he has a... I'm guessing because of the embarrassing part? I mean, it was kind of funny.
You...
He's embarrassed or something.
Because Fuyuhiko can hear our thoughts.
I mean, that's what he claimed about us laughing.
I mean,
He's
yeah,
like, you
but...
didn't laugh out loud, but you laughed in your thoughts. And we're like, he was right.
Well, I mean, that's something that you can actually see, though. It's like
Alright, time to go hang out with Chiaki.
literally thought reading. No one can do that. Okay, Chachki, hopefully you're awake from being asleep at 8
I'm
a.m.
going to just make a hard guess that she's exactly where she always is during free time.
Well, I mean, she's going through game withdrawals. She hasn't played them in 2 days.
There she is.
She needs to get through 100 rounds of Pac-Man.
Super difficult.
Oh no, she's thinking about the plan.
She's trying to figure out how to lure him.
I don't think Chachki knows how to sexy it up, like, at all. Which is kind of weird since, you know, Akane is the perfect example right over there.
We spent time today with Chiaki thinking of ways to lure out Nagito.
Oh god, that's insanely awkward. Let's give her the maid outfit.
Is that what we're giving her?
Yeah, this'll help. Why not?
Yep. Thanks.
And then she just fucking fell asleep. Like, what the hell? Now she's talking about... what's that? Oh, now she's not talking about that at all. Oh, Gradius. I think I was thinking about Gradius.
Sorry.
She was playing 2 games at the same time.
Yep.
How do you have time to play simulation games?
I mean, I play games of all sorts, and I like to play simulation games.
I mean, if you're getting into simulation games, that might suck away all your time.
Hey.
I mean, it depends on what kind of simulation kind of game it is.
Didn't we hang out? Why are we going to hang out somewhere else? Does Chachki have anything else that she... okay. I don't want to feel other live things.
I mean, yeah, she's talking about how living things are they're not predictable, but you can crunch the numbers to figure out things in a video game.
Fair enough. No, you don't. You just read a flowchart. That's all you need to do. Too bad we're not going to get any deeper into this backstory, probably.
I don't know if we hang out with her more, we can learn more, but...
I think.
What are we supposed to teach her?
Well, she's the like human connection, kind of like emotional side of how to figure that kind of stuff out. How to get more comfortable with her thing about
Chachki, you know what a cow looks like. Is Chachki like homeschooled or something?
I don't remember.
I mean, all cows are domesticated. I don't think cows get violent usually.
Cows can indeed get violent.
Well, they probably can, but I don't think that's like a typical thing.
I mean, they get about as violent as horses get. It's just so they could kick you. Like, you can get kicked by a cow if you touch it and it doesn't want to be touched.
Hajime is also very introverted, which is kind of weird considering he's the one that talks to everybody.
Hey.
Don't milk the cow. You don't know how to. There's a bit more to it than that, Hajime.
Apparently, she didn't know that milk comes from cows.
What? Is that a game? I thought she was talking about like a music video.
No, it's some game, I guess.
Hajime just took out her report card and said, like, over and over again.
Nah, it's probably like she doesn't know about milk. That's so fucking weird.
Oh, it's Nagito.
Cause like, if I go to the report card,
It's finally time for
go to-
Nagito to stab us.
I go to Chiaki, who's actually the person we have the farthest along. And I
Oh,
go
someone.
through each of her things here. It's like, shoots life like a video game, which is why she won't allow any killing. She told me that games are supposed to be fun and that focusing on winning and losing is pointless.
Oh.
She doesn't know about Girls' Day. Everybody knows about that. I wonder why. She's happy that I teach her lots of new things and made me promise to see her again. She's not used to living creatures, and it's hard for her to play games about managing relationships and guessing what characters are. That sounds really lonely.
Well, she deliberately does that to herself. Also, my other friend actually decided to start playing Kingdom Hearts, so I'm gonna give him shit about that later.
Gotcha.
Hello there.
Anyway, you're right. It is
Stab
not
him in the
good.
face! Stab him in the face. Actually, why doesn't Najime just, like, tackle him and, like, beat him up now? He might have a chance.
That's not it.
Oh my god, he knows about the plan.
Well,
Wait. Oh, they're doing the plan now.
Yeah, so apparently right now is the plan, and instead of going through where you're supposed to go, you came here.
Well, I mean, we kind of made it really obvious. Nagito!
hey,
Come on. I know you're the ultimate luck boy, but come the fuck on.
So he's claiming
see.
he's claiming he wanted to come talk to all of us anyway, so he's gonna use this time to talk to us anyway, and that
So
he
he's...
knows we're not part of the plan, so he's coming to get us.
Yeah, but we know about the plan. I think he's assuming that they left us out of it entirely.
Well, we are out of the plan. We don't have a part in the plan. So, like, my point is, if his goal is to meet with everybody and he were to go to the lobby and they ambush him and they fail, but he's like, well, I wanted to talk to you guys all anyway. Well, you all aren't there, because I'm not there and Sonya's not there, so he has to come tell at least me.
I'm thinking that Nagito thinks that they made a plan without us entirely, like we don't know about it.
But no, because when he talked about the plan, when he asked us, or he said something, and then he's like, your face confirms it. So no, he knew.
Oh yeah, he did say that first, which is make
Looks
it
like
weird
that's
why
the
he's
thing,
now
though,
saying,
huh?
hey, they left you out of it at the start. It's like, no, you're right. He knows that we know about it, so why the fuck would he say that now? We weren't left out of it, we know.
Not directly involved with the plan. He never said anything about not ever being involved with the plan, just that we're not directly involved.
Well, then
Which
why
means
is
we
he
knew
saying?
about it.
Well, why is he saying that we were left out of it at the start? Why the fuck is he saying that?
Well, he's saying because we were an ultimate, we never would have been able to. We've never been any use. We wouldn't have been any use to the plan. Thus, before the plan was even conceptualized, we weren't good enough for it.
Oh, okay, that's
That's
what
what
he's
he's saying.
saying.
Because we're not an ultimate.
See?
I mean, to be honest, ever since, like, Chapter 2, like, 75% of Nagito's faces have been terrifying.
Yeah, he's been our crazy person ever since the first trial.
Nagito, why have you done this? Like, in Chapter 1, you were a good person, and then you turned into this.
Well, it turns out that first person in Chapter 1 was a facade.
Why couldn't you have been the facade? You would have been a nice person. Are we gonna get ambushed? Oh no, he's with us. Somehow Akane and Fuyuhiko tied themselves up. Like a Looney Tune. Oh, wait.
What are you doing? Don't judge us for this, or we're gonna tie you up.
Wait, why would you tell him directly?
There's no use struggling, but I'm not.
Why is Kazuichi here?
Because he's the leader of the clan. I guess he wanted to see it go
You're
off.
being strangely cooperative.
Who cares? Just tie him up before it's too
Yeah,
late.
didn't someone get the rope?
You guys are really disappointing. How long are you going to continue behaving so short-sightedly? You gotta look at the big picture, you know? Huh? What are you talking about?
We are looking at the big picture. We just don't know what... We have too many unknowns about you is the problem.
Now then, let's begin. The beginning of the end of Jabberwock Island.
Huh? Oh wait, what? the plant planted a bomb. Did Kazuichi just die? Or did he pull like did he pull a Toko and manage to survive that? Also, the bomb went off over there. Why is that side of the room blown up?
What?
Was there a second bomb?
What do you mean? What? It went off in that corner. On the left-hand side here. That's where it was.
Can we go
Where
back
all
and
the
look at the
fire is?
picture? Because I thought it was on the opposite side of the room.
No, so the angle we were looking at that corner. That's the corner Kazuichi was standing in.
Damn it, we can't go... Wait, how did Nagito stand up?
Well, he's the one that caused the explosion.
He's the one who planted the bomb?
Yeah, because he said, now's the end of blah, 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 and then the bomb went off. Now it's the beginning of the end of Jabberwock Island. So in other words, he activated the bomb.
I don't know, I thought it was just a coincidence.
Nah, in my mind, it feels too. His words are very specific about here's the end, and then a bomb goes off.
Amazing! These amazing fireworks surely.
So, Nagito still thinks there's, like, no reason why he shouldn't be tied up when he did that.
Done for good.
I mean, because he thinks it's gonna stop the killing, apparently.
What's he gonna do? Kill all of us simultaneously to stop it?
When the others will stab you in the back.
We'll figure out exactly what his plan is, but
I don't know what his plan is. This sounds kind of ridiculous.
And to do that, I will destroy Jabberwock
Is he
Island.
gonna blow up the bomb?
What do you mean?
Like the Center Island bomb?
Demonstration. That's why it's the
Don't we have like 5 days on the bomb still?
bomb I'm going to
We have a
use
very
is
short amount of time.
this week.
I figured we had like a little bit of time
Set
left.
up a large number of bombs in a certain area of the island.
Oh, so he planted bombs on the Center Island to blow up the Central Island bomb?
So apparently he's put bombs all over the archipelago. They keep saying island, but it's the archipelago is what they're talking about. Apparently he put bombs all over the archipelago, and he's gonna detonate them all at some point, and it'll wipe out literally everything on the entire island, which would mean yes, we will all die at that point.
What the hell are you saying?
So if he was doing that, did he have any time to investigate the traitor, or was he just bluffing?
I mean, maybe this is all part of his plan to get to the traitor.
Of course, I doubt we'll walk away from this unharmed.
Because if if all the bombs go off, then the game's over. And if the traitor wants the game to continue, they're gonna have to try to stop him.
So is he shifting track away from his, like, despair being defeated by the ultimate hope, and now he's doing this instead?
No, I mean, I think this is his way of being the ultimate hope in a weird way.
Everything he does is weird.
Bastard, serious?
Wait, Kazuichi's alive?
Yeah, he pulled the Toko.
Crazy or something?
No.
I mean, I didn't like that when Toko did it, because I think she was literally, like, sitting on the bomb.
The one who
She was much closer to the bomb than everybody else was.
Although I don't think she was sitting on it, I think she might have been just standing next to the corpse.
Emergency!
It's not even that much fire. There's, like, the hole in the building is, like, more important.
I feel like the bigger issue is the fact that he's planning to wipe out everything on the island with a bunch of bombs.
Well, apparently we have 2 days, which is really fucking stupid, to be honest, unless he planted, like, 17 bombs or, like, 30 of them.
Well, his point is he's holding everything hostage right now is his point, so it's not like he's gonna just immediately blow everything up right now.
Well, yeah, but if he's holding us hostage, then he kind of has to have, like, a detonator. Because otherwise we can just be like, hey, we're gonna go find all the bombs.
How about it?
I mean, there's a shit ton of them if they're supposed to wipe out everything on the island.
Well, we have to establish that, because, like, what are we talking about here? He hasn't given us, like, a figure to work with.
So you're saying if the traitor comes forward and reveals their identity to me, then I'll let them tell them where I hid the bombs.
Oh, this is why he was like, hey, Mono Bear, I got this covered. You don't need to do anything.
Yeah, because now we have a motive. We have a motive to find the. We essentially have a motive to find the traitor now, because we need to get the traitor to be revealed so that we can figure out where the bombs are.
Mono Bear's just okay with this. He thinks this is fine. I mean, Monome probably wasn't here, so maybe.
Why?
Is Monome the traitor? Oh, come on, Monome, don't be the plant. It'd be more interesting if one of the people here was... Well, it kind of has to be one of the people here because it's a roster thing, which means it was a classmate. It's not you.
Right?
Yep, Nagito found the very obvious loophole.
That's right. Too bad.
So yeah, he can't punish Nagito until he kills more than 2 people.
You're so stupid.
In other words, we all have to die before Nagito gets punished for killing everybody, and at that point he's already dead too, because he's killing himself.
This is exciting.
I mean, what's Nagito gonna do if the traitor comes out? Is Nagito just gonna stab him immediately? I think that's the most sensible thing he said in like 5 chapters, is that he believes in his ultimate luck. Did everyone just let Nagito go?
I mean, I think we're all a bit shocked. Several people are probably still recovering from being hurt with the bomb.
Damn it, he got away somehow.
Hey, hey.
Which means, Kazuichi, go reveal yourself to Nagito to make this go away.
What do you think Sonya's the traitor?
Yeah, and she's not here because she wasn't part of the plan. Also, Chachki isn't here either. You think we're gonna get another free time round?
Oh, we have 2 days, so in theory, yes. Because in theory, unless the story takes the whole next day, we'll be fine.
We'll have to go to Vendor Street because we can't use the cafeteria anymore.
Ahem. Hopes be good morning, everyone. Now then, let's.
We have to go find those bombs.
Hey.
Yeah, we're gonna just start oozing out the paranoia out of everybody. Which means that this meeting isn't gonna go over very well.
Shut up. Shut up.
I mean, not necessarily everybody's gonna be that stupid. Just, you know,
Damn it.
Kazuichi. Oh, yeah, Connie.
Yo. I won't forgive you.
See? She's not calling us the traitor. She's claiming she's gonna hunt Nagito down and beat the shit out of him until he tells us where the fucking bombs are.
Okay, good. I did get that mosquito. I'm surprised there's still mosquitoes in here.
Right? I was gonna say, it's Halloween almost.
Chachki can't play her arcade machines because they all exploded.
Aww.
Well, considering the fucking windows, of course all the machines are broken, except for probably the pool table.
Yep.
Like, anything made out of any sort of glass is gonna be completely shattered. Wait, why are we still going to the cafeteria? Isn't there a giant hole in the floor?
Probably in one corner, yeah, but doesn't necessarily line up with where we're standing in the cafeteria.
See, that altar you guys didn't take down was an omen of this happening. Because that thing has been on fire for 5 chapters.
Not 5 chapters. It was built in chapter 3. This is chapter 5 right now.
It's been so long. That thing has been standing there for 4 months.
2 chapters and like maybe a week.
What the fuck?
Hey,
How did you do that?
What, he just came forward when we were all distracted trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah, exactly. How did you come here at this precise moment?
Well, he knows that's where we'll meet.
Damn it, he's right. We should have come up with a different plan.
well... Isn't that right? Man. Now.
How the fuck has this guy not been punched in the face yet, at the very least?
Partially because he's holding all the cards.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a fucking detonator. So he can't be just like, okay, you guys aren't doing what I say, boom. He just he set the timer, and now he can't do anything about it. There is no way it's just one bomb. It has to be like 50 bombs, or like 100 bombs.
So apparently he hit a bomb someplace we've never been before.
Is he talking about the Final Death game?
Piss me
Because I think that's like the only... Shoot.
There's been multiple buildings we haven't been able to get in that he might know how to get into.
Oh, the fucking ruin. He has the password.
That's one possibility, is that he put one inside the ruin.
Hey!
It's kind of the one that makes the most sense, but then again, I've forgotten, like, almost every building on the stupid chain,
Well, to
so...
quickly run through the buildings we haven't been inside. We haven't been inside Monomi's house, we haven't been inside the ruins. That's basically what covers it at this point.
Why weren't we able to get into Monomi's house? Was it just locked?
Because Monomi blocked us from getting in.
Oh.
And partially because, yeah, it might have been locked.
Hey,
See?
I mean, it's not that great of a hint, though. We probably could have, like, come to that conclusion by ourselves.
But that he put a bomb where no bombs, where we haven't been before. It quickly narrows down a place to look for a bomb, but...
I mean, to be fair, if we didn't say that, we'd have to check, like, 30 buildings. Or, like,
Yeah.
20 buildings.
So he essentially he claims he's giving us this carrot in the hopes that, like, watching us struggle to, like, find just one bomb will convince the traitor to come forward.
We have the entire chain to work with, so whoever's gonna plan the murder has basically infinite opportunities to do it. We should probably pair off into teams, honestly, and hope that, you know, we don't pair the murderer with the victim.
please listen.
Because we probably shouldn't go investigate by ourselves, because that's gonna give the murderer time to do whatever the fuck they want.
Well,
Actually, murdering Nagito in this chapter would probably
Oh,
be
yeah.
the dumbest thing they could do.
There's also the castle. There's a castle at the
The Harvest Moon people built?
there's a castle at the amusement park that we couldn't get into, which is Nazumi Castle. It's the mice themed castle.
Actually,
where, like,
actually,
both Monami and Monokuma were too scared of it because it's mice. They're apparently scared of mice.
give me a second. I might be able to make a joke out of this. It'll take too long.
are we screwed? Jeez. Dumbass.
You.
Well,
Hey,
Okay, perfect. So we're gonna go to that castle that's dedicated to our Tulip LP. We're gonna go to Natsumi Castle.
Why is that tethered to our tulip playthrough?
Because Natsumi published Tulip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the terrible joke that I was thinking of.
Okay, alright, so we decided because it takes a password to get into the thing that we don't have, that we're gonna try the castle first.
Is there a second castle? Why was it called Nezumi Castle?
Well, that's just the name of it. It's got that mice theme. I don't know, maybe Nezumi is tied to mice in Japan. I don't know, but it's got the whole mice theme. And
Well-
we know that Monokuma and Monami were both scared of this castle because they don't like mice apparently. And we couldn't get in the door before, but now the door is blown open.
Oh yeah, because the door was like too heavy or it was locked the first time.
It was locked or something was preventing it from being open. We weren't sure. Monokuma suggested that maybe there was a large amount of mice holding it down or like preventing it from being opened.
Damn it!
Well, I'm guessing that Nagito got to the military base first because how else did he start like building all of these pipe bombs?
It's true. Anyway, we can go inside the castle now.
It's not that scary of a castle.
I think it's more scary that we're trying to find a bomb.
Yeah, that too, being part of the bomb squad's pretty stressful. It's full of dust.
Well,
It's a giant castle, Hajime. Of course you have to look all over it. It's not gonna be just in the foyer.
We didn't say shit, by the way. You're accusing us. But Sonya said, is it just me or does it seem like there are no bombs here? Then Fuyuhiko said, no, it's not just you. And then Chiaki said, if the bombs are strong enough to blow up the entire island, they should be pretty big.
Sonya is even bigger of a dumbass than what she made herself out to be, because if anybody would be able to figure out why that was the dumbest thing she could have said, it would be her. Mrs. I live in a castle. Guys, you have to go look around the castle. You have never even been in this castle. Why are you saying this? You can't compare it to somewhere. You can't compare the feeling of this place to somewhere previously because you've never been in here before.
Well, he's saying it feels off here, just like at the ruins.
To all subjects.
The password to guide everyone to the future, and it's scratched out.
I'm guessing that was probably done by explosion.
That or a different way, but yeah, presumably though, a password that gets us into the future. Presumably the password we need to get into the ruins.
So why would the Future Foundation build the exact copy of Hope's Peak and also this castle?
I don't know.
Because then the obvious thing would be like, well, the castle was already here and Monobera just like decorated it to fall in line with his amusement park
like,
that he built around the castle to throw everyone off, but we couldn't get into it anyway. Well, it doesn't matter. The password's gone, so we can't get it.
whoa!
Like,
Wow, Akane actually said something smart for once.
hey.
Well,
Well,
this
scratch
isn't
it
an
out, at
accident. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't... It obviously isn't natural. Someone did this.
So,
Oh, so it's either Nagito or the traitor. Or they're the same person.
Unforgivable.
Perhaps.
Why do we keep checking in with Minimaru? He doesn't do anything.
I mean, we're not checking in with him. He just says stuff.
Well, why is the game check in with him?
Because he's there and he says things.
tell me.
Did they, like, need a comic relief or something? I'm not sure why they added him back into the story. Well, obviously we need Nekomaru to continue. He's a fan favorite.
You.
Nagito doesn't care about his own life. Considering the number of times he was willing to fall down on his sword during the trials.
So yeah, it's believed that Nagito beat us here, duh, because he blew up the door.
Because he blew open the door with the
And that he's the
25
one
foot tall tank.
And he's presumably the one who scratched off the password.
Yeah, because if it was blown up, there would be burn marks on it. We didn't learn anything. Gundam didn't have any new information. He just accepted his fate. Well, go follow her. Seriously, grouping up at this point would be the smartest thing to do. Guys, one of you is gonna die if you do this. You're just gonna give the killer the opportunity to do the job.
Like... Huh?
Huh?
Sorry.
Damn it.
Stupid fool.
So Kane's just choosing now to be sarcastic?
But no, she's claiming she has a secret plan, but her secret plan is presumably to go attack Nagito again.
Are you gonna abandon us too, Chachki?
Well, she's apparently going after Akane to keep Akane from murdering Nagito.
Yep.
Well, hopefully someone doesn't get murdered in the castle. So do you think that if someone just murders somebody else, like, irregardless of this, like, traitor thing, do you think that'll convince Nagito to turn off the bombs?
It is now. Please return to your rooms and now then, sweet dreams.
Are we gonna, like, sleep in the castle?
Well, no, I think there was exposition dialogue saying we searched around and didn't find anything for the rest of the day.
Fuck. Well, that was a waste of time, and now we only got 1 day left.
Yeah, I was last to leave. I wandered all over the island searching for clues to the password, but I didn't expect to find anything, and in the end, that's exactly what happened. So time passed with its usual speed, and then it was night.
Hajime seems like he's getting to that point where he's accepting that he's gonna be blown up. He's like, well, I couldn't do anything because it's too impossible, so I guess I'll just have to wait until it's over.
I mean, he's saying he wasn't expecting to find anything, and despite his best efforts, he didn't find anything. So he tried. He just didn't have his hopes up when he was trying. Now we have half a day left before the bombs go off.
What? I thought he meant like 2 days and then the noon and the third day.
No, he said 2 days at noon. So
Shit.
2 days from that night would have been tomorrow at noon.
Which means that someone's gonna be killed at 6 a.m. Because obviously the game's not gonna blow us all up.
It either means someone dies and it hopefully prevents the bombs from going off. Someone dies before noon.
Is this
tomorrow.
another like really elaborate bad end that we're walking into?
No. This we're not gonna rewind time with this. What's happening right now?
We're not gonna wake up and throw Kyoko under the bus again?
That's all.
Right. No, it was us being thrown under the bus was the bad. So the bad end was if we pointed out that
Kyoko
lied. So Kyoko lies during one part of that one trial where
The
it's
discrepancy.
like clearly set up. Yeah. Where it's clearly set up, and then we vote her lie. We catch her lie, and if we point out her lie, we get the bad end, which is she gets pinned for the murder. Monokuma's like, ding ding ding, you're right, she's guilty, kills her, and then the rest of us just kind of live out our rest of our days.
Yeah, that was very
Not
confusing considering the established, like, the precedent of everything. That was a very weird ending.
Well, yeah, the idea was that no one killed after that.
Oh, no, I think it made sense in context, because in context it was like Makoto was, like, imagining that was what was gonna happen.
Now then,
Yeah, that's how they when suddenly we snapped back. It was that he imagined. We snapped back to the choice of pointing out her lie or not, and it was that he imagined that in that moment.
Okay, let's go find the murder. I wonder where the murder is going to take place. Because it could be anywhere.
Anyway, got any plans as to what's gonna happen with the murder?
No, because I don't know who would snap. Who would be the most... Who's on the edge the most? Because my knee-jerk reaction would be Kazuichi would be the closest to snap, but then then he's probably the red herring. Or the victim. And I don't think it's Akane being the murderer because it'd be too obvious. Shit. Someone... Oh. That's not the worst case scenario. That's probably like the second best.
Where'd you hide the bombs?
That hurts, but I'll never tell. If you really
I'm surprised
want
Nagito
to
has this much, like,
you should
inner
try
strength.
torturing me or something.
Huh?
Because he doesn't seem like the sort of person who has, like, the ability to resist torture all that well.
Scoop my eyes
Well, he's
out.
not being tortured. He's just being attacked.
I mean, he's being
not
strangled.
suggesting actual. Yeah, but that's not torture. Because torture is a specific way of harming someone, but also keeping them alive. Strangling is just a way of killing someone.
I'm not willing to feel
Yeah, but he's like...
There's no way my hope.
Oh, never mind.
What's wrong with me? Just die already!
Hey. This is bad.
Is that a new line?
But this is bad? No.
Really?
Hmm.
Surprised. Chachki slapped her?
Calm down, okay?
Apparently.
You wouldn't
Damn.
do something like that, right? You're not the kind of person who would hurt someone.
I don't think so. Akane seems to fly off the handle a few times.
No problem. That's weird.
Hey.
Is she really trying to be like, you know, claim that she went into a hate blackout?
Yeah, that she was blind with rage. That is indeed what she's claiming.
Thanks.
Oh, fuck you, Nagito. Just fuck off.
Huh?
Seriously, someone push him down the stairs or something for saying that.
Well.
Then,
Nagito's more of a villain than the actual villain of this story. It's amazing.
You're right.
Wait, what?
No, he said he claimed
Something yesterday.
he claimed that there were bombs in the ruins until yesterday.
Wait, was he just bullshitting about the bombs?
So he claimed there wasn't anything important inside the ancient ruin, just some familiar scenery.
Jeez.
So he got the password, hid it from everyone else, went to the school, and got all the clues.
And then he said, I got bored of it. Also, if I hid them there, it would be completely meaningless. So even if you had managed to learn the password to the ancient ruin, it has no meaning anymore.
He just wants to hide all the murder classrooms.
Claims he moved the bombs elsewhere.
hey,
Wait, so they were in the school?
I'm glad.
Yeah, he said they were, but he got bored with them because the school wasn't that important, so he decided to move it.
Great.
Well,
He's just fine-tuning his death game, like 6 hours before the deadline.
bastard.
Yeah, it's literally gonna run out in like 5 hours. We don't have any time for this. In fact, we probably shouldn't even have, like, gone to bed last night. We probably should have, like, pulled an all-nighter to find those things. Oh, that's freaking helpful, Nagito.
See?
There are like 20 buildings! We're 5 people! There's 4 hours left!
So
What the
if we
fuck?
all run to an island, and then we each check everywhere on an island, we might be able to check everywhere.
Fuck
But
this
there's
guy.
There's only 5 of us. So, or 6 of us. So,
Unless,
yeah.
unless the bombs are like 15 feet tall, I don't think this is gonna work.
This is exciting.
Okay, let's smash a chair over his head and leave. Because there's a lot of chairs we don't need in here. And that would also make me feel better. So he, ultimate luck boy, believes in his powers, and he was the one who got strangled.
I mean, remember that he potentially didn't care that he got attacked. It's because in his mind, depending on how he wanted to view it, he's like, yeah, she can attack me because I won't die. I'm going to get lucky. Someone's going to save me. And that happened. So in a way, you could argue that that played into his luck, depending on how he wanted it to go.
You are right.
Hajime's been more right than I've been.
I mean... Shut the hell up!
Oh yeah, I forgot that Hajime counts as a person.
Yes. So there are 6 of us, and there's 6 islands.
Leave it to me.
So we can, each person searches an island.
Minimaru is not going to help us at all, because he's too tiny.
Anyway,
This is probably not the best idea,
Jockey
because
gets the 3rd island.
you get the last...
Fuyuhiko gets the...
Yeah, he gets
the,
Post-Apocalypse Island.
The 5th island, and we get the 4th island, so we get the amusement park island.
That sounds like a lot of work, though. Anyway, this probably isn't going to be a good idea, because this is going to give the killer the perfect opportunity to enact their plan.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, Nagito's literally the one that said it's been everywhere. He kind of forced us to split up.
Maybe we should have called Nagito's bluff and be like, hey, you didn't plant a bomb. You're lying. Fuck you. We're just going to sit right here until the deadline. We're going to have to go check the whole funhouse, because that's going to be like 15 rooms.
No, we don't have to go to the actual funhouse.
You checked one place, Hajime. Calm down. You got at least
he's
3
saying-
more.
He's saying he didn't see any there. He's referring to that spot.
There's not one on the roller coaster.
Oh.
This device has to be the biggest fucking thing if it's gonna blow up this whole island. Did she find the bomb? Oh, it's in her house.
My important thing got stolen.
And
So
what
something of hers was stolen.
did she have a second magic wand that we didn't know about?
I don't know. We'll have to go to her house and find out. But
He said he moved the bomb, so it could be in the castle.
well, so they weren't in the castle in the first place. He said he moved them from where.
Yeah, that's what I just said. But you didn't even go in the thing! What the fuck? You didn't even go in the castle, Hajime!
Alright, well, the only place on the island I haven't gone now is
He didn't go in the castle!
Monami's house, which is now open.
Also, there's a bomb in the roof.
Yeah, I was there before. Because
Fair enough.
Her house, remember? That's why there's skulls and paint and her name's crossed out, and there's a thing on the door that says shit to me or something.
Yeah, it calls her shit.
Shitamy. It's shitamy, that's what it is.
What's with the bizarre music?
This is her theme.
God, have we probably haven't heard this in ages. Because I don't remember this. Is this all of your house? It's just TVs, the bed, and like 12 copies of you?
But yeah, no, we haven't heard this theme in forever because this is the Yasumi theme.
It does say welcome to the island.
She has a different one for Monami, I believe.
This theme kind of sucks. You're a rabbit. But seriously, are these like spare robot bodies?
Stop it! That's wrong.
Well, explain that.
Got it? That's right. Ooh.
Yeah. That joke was way too obvious. Can we turn around?
No.
Damn.
We-
Well, the bombs aren't here.
No, but the story, we already looked everywhere on this island that the game let us. So whatever the story wants us to do, we have to look at something in one of these house.
He stole my powers of controlling the cameras.
Yeah, so her monitors no longer work, apparently.
Exactly, Ajime. Okay.
That's wrong.
He can't?
Well, and not that he can, it's that he shouldn't need to, apparently.
Oh, okay.
He shouldn't even need to use those cameras in his current state, so apparently he has other ways of keeping track of us.
Is she confusing his fighting skills with, like, his magical abilities?
Got it?
Now we'll have to find out.
Hajime, don't we have better things to do? Like, check in on the other groups? Shouldn't we just leave at this point?
Anything else I didn't check? Okay, just Monami then. Well, she claimed something of hers was stolen. And that might be an important detail to what's going on.
I mean, we've never been in this building, so we don't have any context for what she could even be talking about.
True, but it might be important, whatever.
Maybe something in here is going to end up being the murder weapon. Even though that seems kind of elaborate.
So apparently her treasure box was stolen.
That's not a murder weapon. Because they knew what's in it. Or maybe it's labeled treasure, or it's in its actual, like, pirate's chest.
It's a magnificent treasure box covered in sparkling pink lights.
Okay, so probably not.
Hey! Hey!
Because that was the plan.
Hey! Hey!
We don't have time for you! Get out of here!
Huh? Damn it!
That means Monami might know where the bombs are.
Well, apparently she has radar ears, so maybe that would help. Let's just pick up Monami and point her at everything. And that'll give us the bomb location. I'm starting to think that these bombs are bullshit. Like they never existed.
We found them, alright.
Really? That sounds like that really dumb way to do it. Did you find it on the murdered person?
Apparently they're near the factory.
I'm surprised we haven't seen that yet. Do we have time to do that?
What?
Do we even have time to, like, group up everyone before the bombs explode?
Might. Depends on,
Well, I guess the game's forcing us to do that, so hopefully it's right. Otherwise, we're gonna get that bad ending. Where we all get incinerated in a nuclear fire blast.
Anyway, we have to...
Go to the park?
It's presumably the only place you'd be, because there's not too many places to be.
Yeah, it's either the road or the park.
Too bad.
Great.
Indeed.
Aw, did Sonya get murdered?
She's apparently near the military base.
Why the fuck is she there? I'm guessing she came here since this is the only place. It's like, there's nothing here, I'll just go look somewhere else.
Anyway, we're gonna go find Chiaki first, and then we're gonna get to the bottom of that. Because we have to go to that island anyway after we find Chiaki. So, Chiaki's on the third island. That's one, my bad.
At least the game's not wasting time. How can you
Okay, so-
see that from here?
Apparently we could see her near the music venue. There she is.
Well, at least you're not murdered yet, Chachki.
What happened?
Don't respond. She doesn't know what you're talking about yet.
Yep.
Okay. That was a very weird way of saying those words.
Anyway, now I gotta go to the military base and find Sonya, and then head to the factory.
You know what we probably should have done, like, a long time ago is pick up walkie-talkies from the frickin' grocery store. That probably would have been a good idea to do after, like, day 2. She's trying to drive around the tank. Oh, you could talk to her. That's how people usually get information. She's digging around in the machine guns.
I am concerned. Huh? You are right.
Yeah, that's not suspicious at all.
Sorry.
I'm just over here digging around in these RPGs. I'm looking for more user manuals in the weapons.
Anyway, as he said, there's no time to argue with her, so fuck it. She gets to do what she wants right now.
I don't know, maybe she thought that the bombs were in the truck.
No, because we literally just told her that the bombs were here, and she still wants to do something there.
Well, I mean, yeah, but how do we know that the bombs are only in this place?
Well, dumbass.
Well, we could still split up. We're all here. It's not like we all need to be here. It's just, like, convenient that we are. Is that a bunch of dynamite?
Yeah, it looks like a bunch of sticks of C4, actually.
I mean, if they're bricks of C4, it's kind of hard to tell.
I mean, they don't look like dynamite, but they look like flat bricks. So I'm guessing bricks of C4.
I'm guessing Chunsoft played Metal Gear Solid at some point. Know how C4 works.
Damn it.
Because they did hook up the C4 to the truck.
What, in Metal Gear Solid?
Yeah, because C4 has to be detonated by electricity.
Yeah.
And that's the only game that's ever stated that detail.
Alright, so the main detonator is attached to this box. And we need to figure out... And it's set to go off at noon. We have to figure out how to disarm it now.
Are you sure? Because it looks like there's... I don't know, it looks like there's a key, like, pad on top of it for, like,
Yeah,
swiping a phone on it.
There's something on top that we'll have to look at.
We're not gonna drive the truck anywhere. Also, why is the truck in the factory?
That's where we put them.
Oh, yeah, he probably had to drive the bomb around. Because he made it that big.
See?
Oh, yeah, that makes more sense.
You serious?
Huh?
Well, then why did he design a card reader for it? If he never planned for disarming the bomb, why would he even attach a card reader to it?
Says, Shocky's now thinking, the bombs must be here because he wants us to do something here.
So,
I mean, if there's a theme, there's only one theme that he works with all the time. I just don't know how this is going to tie into his whole shtick, though. We should probably look at every part of the bomb just to establish all the details.
I mean, we kind of did in that little conversation there. They showed parts. So we have the red thing. There's the detonator. It's hooked up so that when the truck stops going, like stops running, it will send an electric charge to all the C4. And then there's a card reader thing on top.
That's a really elaborate detonator if that black box is supposed to be just a detonating device.
leave it to me.
Maybe it's supposed to... I was thinking maybe it was supposed to be the generator for the electricity, but then the truck.
Oh, there's a laptop. So,
Huh.
yeah, so
Suspicious.
Isn't that the laptop from Electric Avenue?
might be. The video started playing when we turned on the laptop, apparently.
Hello there.
This is his Saw moment.
Perhaps.
I mean, that wasn't the whole video, right?
Piss me off.
No, it's not.
Hey, bastard. Now then.
Well, yeah, it's not that hard if you can find the damn fucking key.
Anyway, there's a card reader on top of the metal box.
Oh, so we have to go to the drop box. We have to break into the school somehow.
But no, we all have data
Oh.
pads again.
Okay.
First of all, we don't know about the data pads from the first game, so
Yeah, but maybe that's what it would eventually lead to, and we'd have to, like... Oh, he set all this up because he figured out who he thinks the traitor is. He has access to the surveillance cameras?
apparently he must have gotten access. But he says he was a little annoyed that the person never came forward. So if things stay this way, it'll look like I lost, right? That's why. So only the traitors thing will apparently unlock it.
Yeah, but I mean, this is Nagito, who is completely unreliable. So why would the group be like, "Oh my god, that makes you the traitor"? It's like, well, obviously I'm not the traitor because the only reason he picked me was because he thinks that I am. Why would you trust that guy?
Well, he didn't say ours. Once again, he never said anybody specifically. He just said the traitor's handbook.
Yeah, which is... It doesn't matter if he says that we're the traitor, because who the fuck would believe him?
You.
Hey, hey.
It's like, people, like... Why don't we just all pretend that we're all not the traitor, swipe all of our handbooks, and then be like, okay, we disarmed it. Oh, they're actually doing that.
So Chiaki tried her handbook and it didn't work.
And then we'll be like, oh my god, Nagito thinks I'm the traitor, ooh, blah blah doo. Let's all move on.
You think so?
Hey! Anyway. Hey!
Could Hajime swipe his card thing?
Huh? Well...
Actually, Sonia's still not here.
Ah! What'd you say?
Huh?
Ah!
Wait, what?
Are you kidding me?
You serious?
What's going
He's
on?
saying, he's saying the engine's starting to sputter because it's out of gas.
Okay, so if the truck stops, that's gonna activate the detonator?
And, yeah, the truck stopping is what activates everything apparently.
Are you
But it's
serious?
still before noon, so
Is the detonator, like, hooked up behind the truck to the C4, or is it, like, remote detonated?
I don't know exactly how it's all hooked up. But my guess is there's wires going throughout the entire truck, and that when it senses the truck stop, it sends a shock through that.
Are you kidding me?
I think that they should do the thing that I suggested, and just get it over with. You know what the fucked up thing is that if Nagito thinks that's... Oh, Sonya, you did show up. Oh... Wait. What? Chunsoft, I think you kind of fucked up your JPEGs. Because, that effect isn't working as well as you think it is.
Well, so my guess is this is because of the resolution. So I think the resolution is causing this effect to happen, and this game was just ported to the PC, so its original resolution would have been much, much, much less, because it would have been a, Vita resolution. So my guess is it's a resolution thing. So yeah, because I see what you're talking about. There's like a square that's like canceling out the light of other fireworks around certain fireworks.
Okay, so this is actually clever because the person who would be able to figure this out would be Sonya. Isn't this dangerous, though, to be next to this many fireworks when they're going off?
Depends. So, like, the actual firework, yes, the embers from the firework that are making light, potentially.
Huh?
But as someone who's been, like, within 10 feet of a firework that got stuck in the launching tube and went off, the only spot that was actually damaged in any sense was where the bomb, like, the firework was. And that area was, like, maybe, like, a 2-inch hole got created. Now, given if that was your hand would be gone. So, like,
Ugh.
it's still dangerous, but the actual, like, force that seems to do damage,
Hey.
from what I've seen at least, isn't as big as one might think.
Okay, so Nagito is now explaining why the fuck he did any of this?
Well, Nagito's not here.
Yeah, but the video, he's on the video.
Oh, yeah.
So was I actually right, Nagito was bullshitting us the whole time?
Yes, he was bullshitting us the whole time. There's not enough bombs to blow up everything.
Because that kind of takes, like, Dragon Ball level power to like, blow up an actual island.
Don't tell me.
You piss me off.
Well, of course he is. Because he already said he has the ability to do that.
Hey.
We still haven't watched the whole video?
No, because it's still playing.
I mean, if this is well, he's already seeing us, so it doesn't matter. Like, he's gonna figure it out anyway.
Yeah, so he's say, well, did the traitor scan their pad? And he's like, I guess if the bomb went off, I guess they didn't. Or if we got into this point, my guess is they didn't.
And then we turn around and he died. He killed himself. Because he wanted to put another spin on his whole, like, plan.
That's right. Jeez.
Does Kazuichi even have a wrench?
Yeah, he's got a wrench.
I would have flipped my lid. Look at what he fucking did. He tried to out one of us as a traitor to everyone else and, you know, tried to get us on the frickin' hot seat and kill us and, you know, turn us against each other.
Wait.
In a murder game. Oh. Yeah, they're thinking like, hey, this is part of the plan still. He might like blow us all up if we open the door or something.
Apparently there's music coming from inside the warehouse.
Again, Kazuichi saying exactly what I said 5 seconds later.
Leave it to me.
Kane's just gonna do it.
Huh?
And it's locked. So, what the fuck? Didn't he tell us to go find him?
Yep, he did. He told us to come to the factory.
And then he locked the door.
Yeah, the door's locked.
I don't think opening it slowly would prevent it from blowing up. Also,
Alright,
it didn't
so-
explode.
Akane kicked the door open.
Well, why don't you just throw Mini Maru at it, considering he thinks he's so powerful?
Yo.
It sure is dark.
Looks like they're.
How is it dark?
Is Nagito really in here?
There's no lights are on, and it's a windowless warehouse.
Also, what the fuck is up with Kazuichi's face? He found religious music?
Do you guys hear something?
Yeah, it's really damn loud. Does Nagito like listening to this depressing crap?
No, I'm not talking about the music.
Why? What the fuck is Nagito doing?
What's going on?
For now, we must extinguish these flames.
No, just fucking run away from the building. What the hell are you talking about?
Hey,
You guys have no reason to fucking battle this fire.
Well, we don't want it to necessarily spread to other areas.
Yeah, but who gives a shit? It's an island. It's a huge place.
Alright, so there's supposed to be fire extinguishing stuff in the warehouse.
There's also no
break
bombs
room.
anywhere anymore. Akane, why are you just standing there? Go do something. Guys, we need to get moving, apparently.
Yeah, Sonya said there should be fire retardant stuff in the break room here.
Why are we on the ceiling? Or is this
That's where
like
the
a
camera
lower
put us.
floor? What?
You don't know what a fire grenade is? I
Yeah,
swear
but-
to God, it's come up in
Yeah,
our
but-
show before where I had to explain what a fire grenade is.
Yeah, but why would you use a fire grenade when that doesn't seem like it'd be that useful?
Okay, you don't know what a fire grenade is then. A fire grenade is a bottle that is designed to break after you throw it that has like stuff that puts out a fire.
Yo,
Not
I
a
get what the
grenade,
I get what the concept is. I just don't know how you'd like. How the fuck would you like confirm or guarantee a fire is out using this sort of thing?
You throw them until the fire's out.
Yeah, but then why would you not use like previous technology? Why use this?
Because this is what's available to us.
Well, yeah, in this situation, but why were these developed in the first place?
What, fire grenades? I assume it's a cheaper alternative to a fire extinguisher, or because it's basic. What's in there is basically the same stuff that's inside a fire extinguisher. It's just the fire extinguisher has like the propulsion system to like blast it. This you have to just like throw it
It is strange.
and let it
no?
break. So I don't know I don't know the exact reason why you would use firebombs over a.
Actually, Sonia brings up... No, guys, Sonia brings up a good point. Like, if she was here before, and these weren't... If there were other supplies here and now there's just fire grenades, they're probably not fire grenades. They might be more explosive. Guys, don't fucking do this. At least, like, pop one open and be like, hey, does this smell weird? Or, I don't know, maybe throw one in the parking lot and see if it doesn't blow up.
Damn it.
Sure? I mean, if you can see it. They're gas bombs, aren't they?
Hey, is it just me? Or does it feel...
Guys, stop throwing them! They obviously didn't work.
Does it not seem like the fire is intensifying? If the fire continues to rise, it will...
Again, why do you guys care?
What are we gonna do?
Don't be stupid. There's
Yeah, this is a factory, or at least it's part of a factory. Why the fuck does it not have a... Yeah, that.
It's raining?
So this is the power of the Japanese Terra
What?
Okay, so if you've ever it's the thing Cats Form's based off of, the Pokemon Cats Form. There's this little
Oh, yeah.
idol they use.
I get what you're on about.
Called the Terra Bozu.
That's not it.
Except that no one's thought about Cat's form in 15 years.
Yeah, but the thing Cats Form's based off of is this little idol. They use in Japan, this like figurine they make that they use to wish for rain.
The reason why Cat's form looks like he has testicles.
I mean, actually, weirdly enough, a Terra Bozu doesn't have the balls on the bottom.
Really?
Yeah, it looks more like a ghost.
Okay, so what was the
I'll
point
send
of
you
all
a picture
this?
of a Terra Bozu later.
Has Mono Bear should know what's going on, right?
Hey, hey. Just a minute.
I thought he was omnipotent.
Yeah, I mean, Mono Bear does bullshit like this all the time.
Does he? Is he always yelling about it?
So...
Is he gonna like magically remake the whole room?
So he's saying he's going to. We have to wait for the smoke and stuff to clear out because
Oh,
you
okay.
could die breathing it in.
Yeah, you don't fuck around with that. So here's a load screen that I just made for this.
So he claims he made a Monokuma Theater for everything to watch.
It would be probably a better world if Monokuma didn't exist. There's probably Monokuma figurines all over the place. You can get them.
Yeah, I've seen them at conventions.
Indeed. Phew.
Especially since I can I literally have a factory making my merchandise right next to it. That's perfectly fine.
But hold on.
Because that's where eyes go?
Not every animal has eyes on the front of their head.
You know, I'd imagine most of them do.
Nope, mostly predators. Herbivores have eyes on the sides of their heads, typically to help them spot predators.
Huh.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. So most predatory animals have eyes forward and front on their face, and then a lot of herbivores have it on the sides of their head. So, you know, think like a cow or a deer, they're on the side.
Yep.
Perhaps.
If he was, he's dead, which means that he probably isn't in there.
Hey, hey. You...
So the fire grenades were empty, they weren't full of gasoline.
Yeah, they didn't seem to put out the fire, but they didn't necessarily make it worse.
Hopefully we get an answer about why the fuck Nagito did any of this. Wait, are there a bunch of boxes in the back that are perfectly fine?
Yeah, it
Behind
looks
the
like
curtain?
So the curtain is what caught fire, and it looks like beyond the curtain there's more to the room.
And somehow his cardboard standees are perfectly fine?
Some of them are.
You serious?
The ones closest to the fire are damaged if you look in the thing.
Was it literally just the curtain that was burning?
Yeah, apparently the only thing that was on fire was the curtain, but it still filled the room with a lot of smoke.
Oh, so there was an actual point to all of this nonsense.
Yeah, so it appears the fire was just on the curtain.
Well, why did Nagito be like, hey, check out the curtain? Instead of, no, I have to burn the curtain. Obviously, they're too stupid to look behind the curtain. Do we have to, like, move forward to get over there? Okay,
Yeah,
there we
back to
go.
warehouse. I was like, where's the click? There's gotta be a click back there.
Well, Jime has apparently never been in a fire. Damn, the game called me out on this bullshit. Is this gonna be one of those mysteries where we have to figure out what killed him?
Who knows? All we know is we have him tied up.
Because he was
pinned to the
either
ground with a thing through his chest and his blood everywhere.
either stabbed or he was suffocated. Well, I'll give you props, Chunsoft. I didn't think you'd have the balls to go for it, especially this crazy.
No, this is so. If you recall, this is my favorite murder across the entire series. Like this case, I told you was Chapter 5 of the second game. I told you at one point is my favorite murder of the entire series.
Does it get any better because the build up to it makes no sense?
Well, yeah. So you have absolute chaos happening prior to it happening, and now we have to figure out what exactly happened. Because all we had before this was, a fuck ton of chaos.
I'm hoping that it ties together because looking at it, it doesn't seem to like make I would imagine Nagito, considering where he was at the time, would have been able to see this coming. Because it seemed like he prepped the whole bomb thing in advance so he could have his Saw videotape, but...
Yeah, and then his video told us to meet us here. So if someone figured out his plan, they could counter it by setting up a trap for him here or killing him here.
Yeah,
and
but this...
body gets found when we're all together.
I don't know, because, like, a scene like this usually isn't... It doesn't fall in line with, like, a planned murder, because this is just, like... This is just ridiculous.
I mean, a planned murder. He's tied up. There has to be a plan here. Someone literally, like, crucified him, basically.
Yeah, but they crucified him is the thing. Like, murders that are this gory...
I mean, they might have been torturing him first, for all we know, because the slash marks on his leg and arm.
I don't know if you would do that to torture someone because you might hit his artery and then your whole plan gets fucked up.
I mean, who knows? Maybe the person who did it doesn't know. Isn't, I'm not saying people are necessarily medical geniuses.
See,
besides,
that's why McCon shouldn't have committed that murder, because then she would have been able to do this properly.
But yeah, based on where the cuts are, the only place you risk hitting an artery is where his arm cuts are.
I think, like, that's...
You
I don't know where the femoral artery is.
So, so I don't know the names of all the arteries, I just know roughly where they're located. One's in each of your armpits,
well, I know...
one's in your neck, and the other ones are on the inner part of your thigh.
Well, the only reason that I know is the femoral artery is because femoral is femur, and I'm pretty sure that's your leg bone.
Okay, yeah, your femur is the upper leg bone. But yeah, that artery is located. The arteries are all located in the softer areas where your limbs connect.
I guess to be fair, the blood's not coming out of the bottom of his leg, so he probably didn't get stabbed entirely through his leg. So maybe it works.
Yeah, so the artery is higher up and kind of towards the inside upper part of the thigh, and then I know two of the other arteries are in your arm towards your armpit, and then your neck, of course.
Oh, I'm gonna say, if anyone's bothering to get this far in the video, the reason why I'm not freaking out about all the gore is because we kind of went through this with Chihiro, so Chunsoft kind of established before in the previous game that they're willing to do this. They're willing to go this far with the gore, so this isn't all that surprising.
Also, it's not like the gore is visually disturbing that much. It's just hot pink, so.
I mean, compared to the other murders, this is pretty fucked up.
No, yeah, it's a brutal and fucked up murder. I give it that. It's just visually, it's not like it's not like I'm seeing gore, right? It's, you know, if I watch a movie and I see gore, like, this isn't what I think of.
You are right. It's just
because it's hot pink.
Well,
it's not like we're seeing chunks of meat or anything. It's just hot pink blood everywhere, and then yeah.
The only wounds we can really see are his arm.
Arms, legs, and stomach.
Well, we can't see.
In his hand.
We can't really see his leg wounds because they didn't rip up his pants enough.
That's true.
Like I can see that. I don't know. Maybe it looks like his shirt has been like completely torn off, so that's probably his arm.
Yeah, so I think that's his arm, and then the knife's through his hand, and then
he was really surprised when he got killed.
He's got cut marks on his legs. He's got a spear in his chest. The other, there's like a blunt thing with blood on it too.
It's a really weird spear because apparently it had a suction device on the other end of it.
It's not a suction device. It's a weight.
That's a weight?
Yes, so the spear has a it's like a flail on one end and then a spear on the other end.
So who has weapon skills to be able to wield that thing? Because they used both ends of it to hit him.
Well, I mean, one spot you just kind of whack them with it, and the other part you kind of just stab them with it. So I don't think it takes that much skills. Like to use it in like a battle where like both you and your opponent are actively moving. Yeah, it probably takes skill there. But if you already have Nagito tied up, to just hit him, you just have to like kind of like swing the heavy end, like the blunt end. You just have to like swing the chain or the rope, whatever it is. You just kind of have to swing that in their general direction to hit him with it, and then the spear you just stab him with it.
So unsurprisingly, my first thought is that maybe Sonya did it because she's a weeaboo, and maybe she'd be interested in using that as a weapon. But I think my outside bet would be Chachki maybe did it. Which would be kind of odd because she wasn't the one on the block for Nagito's traitor, so there's not really a good reason why Chachki would do it. But then again, like, none of the other murderers had like perfectly good like revealing reasons for doing it up until the actual reveal of them. I don't know what clues we even have currently about, you know, who could have done it. Because everyone was equally out of everybody else's time frame for, like, searching for the bombs because we all split up.
Right. No one has an alibi, because we all split up to look for the bombs.
This is just...
Well, yeah, it's not like Mono Bear is gonna do it for us.
I mean, so Monami showed up and basically was like, no, I'm not gonna let you do this anymore, Monokuma, blah, 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 blah. And then he shut her up real quick by being like, well, if you want me to reveal my intentions, you should reveal yours first. And then she immediately shut up.
I'm surprised that Monami's even saying that, considering she knows she has no power in anything on this island. Is there a detail we haven't noticed yet?
Anyway, Monokuma just said the end is near. Don't worry, guys, the end is near.
There's only 2 days! Holy shit. We have, like, no time.
Hey, you serious?
No, you're all gonna die. This file is just gonna be blank, isn't it? It's like, I'm not giving you any details, you figure it out yourself.
Wait! I won't forgive you!
Why would you think that, Kazuichi?
Damn
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they'd be willing to kill off their Makoto stand-in right when I said that they weren't going to do that.
I mean, we're technically the Makoto stand-in the sense of, like, the traditional sense of who Makoto is. He's a foil or, like, an interesting twist on who Makoto was in the first game.
Someone tied him to the pillars or the pallets and did that. We should probably get up to the trial because we got about 90 minutes, and I think that'll probably be good enough. So, does blood type O in Japan mean fucked up, psychotic person?
I do not know. I'd have to go look it up.
Japan really, really got into that whole, like, blood type, what was it? Fucking
Blood type personality thing?
I was gonna say, like, astrology, but I forgot what the other word is.
It's not astrology, but it's just a personality thing. So it's like astrology, or it's like Myers-Briggs. It's just with blood type.
I think Myers-Briggs would be giving it too much credit.
Well, Myers-Briggs isn't scientifically accurate at all either. So
Fair enough.
It's also just as bullshit as astrology. Anyway, not only is the spear stabbed in the stomach.
Did they give Nagito a unique investigation theme? Because I swear I haven't heard this before.
This is a new theme, but I don't know if it's. I'd have to go back and listen to all of the investigations to know if maybe each one might have had its own theme. But you're right, this is a new track. So you're correct. It did not state a. It didn't state a cause of death.
I'm guessing it's not the spear, because that seems a bit too obvious.
Yep.
Maybe it was an artery cut, and then they're gonna have to explain what arteries are in the game.
See?
Although, another thing is that if it was an artery cut, I think there'd be a lot more blood at those areas, because that's how an artery cut kills you.
So the crime scene wasn't hit by the sprinklers because the curtain apparently blocked the sprinklers from getting this far.
That's some really shitty sprinklers if that's what it did.
Well, okay, so think of it this way. The curtain's not necessarily original to the warehouse, in which case where the sprinkler is set up in the room could be blocked with a curtain. So for example, in my bedroom, there is an emergency sprinkler for if there's a fire. And if I were to hang a curtain like halfway through my room, it wouldn't hit all my room because there's only one sprinkler in it. So as long as I put something to block the water coming from the sprinkler in the right spot, everything on the other side of the curtain wouldn't get hit.
I mean, that just seems kind of bold. It seems like cut rate installation, because like for like roof sprinklers, you want it to have like full coverage.
Well, yeah.
Of the whole floor.
My point is, no matter where it is, if you literally put something to block it, you can block it. So let's say there's a sprinkler dead center in the room on the ceiling, right?
Sure.
If I hang a curtain off to the left of it, I block everything that's left of the curtain. Because now that when the sprinkler goes off, it starts spraying, but it hits that curtain instead of going farther across the room like it's supposed to, because there's literally an object for it to hit.
I mean, I might give you that, but the design of this room seems like this back half of the warehouse is too deep for like a sprinkler, like even right where the curtain is, to hit it. Why is there blood in the mono bear?
I don't know, I'll figure it out.
Oh, come on! I get that everyone does that Star Trek joke, but Danganronpa?
Monokuma did it.
Even him, huh? It's really easy to be a Star Trek fan.
What the heck?
Oversized trash. Brilliant. This has to be a detail that means something. But why? Maybe the mono bear was being really noisy and they had to kill it.
So evil.
Well, it's not like Mono Bear did this. I mean, he did it indirectly, at least.
I can't lose.
Yeah, this theme seems like it's a harder rock than the other themes have been.
Yeah, this is a unique theme right now. I'm just trying to figure out if all the murders had unique themes.
And those are all the fire grenades that didn't do anything.
There's a lighter here.
This is a really intense investigation.
Just kidding.
Was that Sonia's voice actor?
Yeah.
Bring it on. Well,
Sonia, have I been not paying attention to you this chapter? Because you sound a bit off.
Same voice as always.
you are right.
Okay, there you go. Can we not stare at the fire grenades?
Yeah, I can.
Because we should probably establish why they didn't
Oh,
work.
I didn't mean to click that.
Okay, so of all the details in this whole game that they're like, oh, this meaningless thing that is kind of silly that's not going to tie into it, and then it becomes a crucial plot point, this is the thing that he's discounting, is the fire grenades. And the fact that they were empty or full of, like, something completely different. Yeah, it's not strange at all, the fact that they were empty. To be honest, I think he kind of deserved this. Oh no, he turned into a two-dimensional shape. Also, why did they do that, considering he was tied to the floor? Oh, wait, why was his arm rope cut and the other is fine?
Not cut, it's singed.
Wait, what?
The one that's the rope that goes towards the curtain on his one hand is singed, not cut.
Okay, so he was still, if he was still tied up when the fire happened, that happened 3 minutes ago, why the fuck would they stab his hand into the floor?
I mean,
Also,
that would have presumably been before the fire started.
Also, I don't think ropes are that flammable.
You are right.
Hmm.
Because, like, the way I look at it is, like, the person did that because they didn't want his arm moving around, but they tied his arm to the other thing.
Right. So, but if they didn't want his arm to move around, why didn't they just do what they did with all of his other limbs? And it's like, well, there's rope here, but it's burnt, so they probably did. So maybe they stabbed him not to to torture, because we have evidence of torture. Like, this is evidence of torture. That, like, everything that's a wound that doesn't directly kill him is technically technically evidence of torture. So this is evidence of torture.
I think it seems like a bit more of a meaningful detail than, oh, that's just the last place that the killer stabbed him, and then they moved on to, the spear, or the, I don't want to call it a club, but what would you call it? Would you call that a flail?
I'd call it a flail, yeah.
Because I think that's the three things they had to work with, and then we never tied him up, though. So is that where they got the rope? Because we had the rope to go, but we never used it.
See?
I mean, we could have gotten,
Yeah, that is weird. Especially since, like, blood is literally everywhere else on the back of his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Which means he might have been upside down.
Well,
Wait.
There's blood on his fingers, but not his palm or the back of his hand.
see?
He was wearing fingerless gloves. On one hand. The leg wounds.
He was stabbed in the legs.
Well, it was either that or a cheese grater.
Huh?
I don't know, they might have been trying to get the information out of him because Nagito has all these secrets.
Yeah, no, that's what Fuihiko's saying. Fuihiko's pointing out that this is evidence of torture.
Yes.
Even so.
But is Hajime trying to, like, be like, are you sure, Fuihiko? And then the killer got really annoyed and just stabbed him. Stabbed him really hard because, well, I guess spears are kind of sharp, so I guess it's not all that hard. But it's also not a good way to kill someone because that's never an instant way to kill someone, stabbing them through the stomach. That takes a while.
So they're calling it a weight, an iron weight on one end.
I mean, that's technically what it is. There's different names for things.
So apparently this weapon's designed that you use that end to, like, trip them.
Sure.
And
It's the Spear of Gungnir. Why not? I don't think so. That doesn't sound right.
what? The
It
Spear
sounds
of
like-
Gungnir?
Yeah, it sounds like it might be a reference to something else.
It is.
Pretty sure it's a reference.
It is. It is indeed a reference. Gungnir is the name of Odin's spear.
The spear that trips people.
I mean, no, but the weapon Odin has is called Gungnir.
So it's the famous spear's little brother.
Anyway, a section of the core doesn't have any blood on it either.
I mean, that's not that surprising. You know, if you hit someone with it and blood comes out and you're holding it, then that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's what they essentially just got to.
But it's probably not that. It's probably going to get more
Anyway, Jack,
complicated.
you said the spear came from the castle that we were at yesterday.
Were there spears on the wall?
Yes, there were.
I thought those were like swords or something. What else do we have to... Oh, the suffocation. Although, did they wrap his nose up too? Because that's how
Not
you
just
do
his mouth.
suffocation.
It's his mouth.
Okay, so probably not. Well, he's not gonna come back to life.
I'm fine.
That's...
Hey, hey, hey!
Well, I guess you're not cops, so whatever.
Man.
Hey, hey.
Well, unlike you, Kazuichi, she's actually focused on the investigation.
So there's no blood under the duct tape.
Well,
That is really weird. Because you would assume that, you know, if you duct tape someone's mouth shut to stop them talking, I mean, him... I would imagine he'd be screaming, so... Or at least saying something. While he's being stabbed.
Right, so if he tries to inhale through his mouth, while he has the duct tape over his mouth, then it'd get pulled in like that.
Oh, yeah.
Or if he's moving his mouth with the duct tape over it, it can get pulled in like that too, yeah.
So... Okay, so...
So he tried to shout, which caused the duct tape to get sucked into his mouth a bit.
So that means that he was duct taped before the stab wounds, and he was still alive when they did that.
Mm-hmm.
Because they did it before he was stabbed.
So he felt pain.
Well, obviously. We don't have McCon here, he didn't get anesthetic before this happened.
Right.
This whole thing is abnormal. You don't have to worry about that.
Alright, the only thing I...
So,
Oh. Did she
I
actually
guess the
suss out
fire-
the mono bear file thing? That
I
it's
mean, yeah.
deliberately fucking with us?
What? I mean
Well-
that he intentionally leaves out certain information.
Yeah, but she figured it out.
I mean, it's been stated at this point that he does that. Like, everybody knows that he does that.
Minimaru, it's 3 o'clock.
So, Nagito died 30 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, the... Noon was when the... Did the fireworks actually go off on the detonator, or did we manage to get it detonated before that happened? Because
It was supposed-
the fireworks detonated at noon, which caused the video to... or the second video to play.
Yeah, that was around noon that was happening.
Nobody has an alibi, we already established that.
Like,
Because there's always a slight smoking gun in every one of these cases that tells you,
well, yeah.
well, theoretically tells you who did it, but I could not think of which detail
Damn it.
it could be in this one. Because everyone was, like, out of our eyesight and could have been doing anything. And we could have no idea. But then, we would probably have to establish that someone managed to figure out a bunch of Nagito's plan to be able to do this before his plan even happened. Because, obviously, if he assumed that someone sussed him out and figured out what he was gonna do...
So there's
Then
blood
he-
on one of the girders on the ceiling.
Did someone try to wipe it off, or is it just not a lot of blood?
perhaps.
Not a lot.
Well, obviously there was, because it's there.
Yeah, it's just a straight line of blood.
My first idea was like, was he like crucified originally to the ceiling? But then I was like, that's kind of ridiculous. Because they tied him to the floor. I don't think they would have re-crucified him to the floor. The problem I'm having with that clue is that it's a straight line. Because, like, if it wasn't a straight line, then you could just say, well, obviously blood got out there because, you know, they hit him with the flail multiple times, so obviously blood was flying everywhere.
Right.
But it's not. It's too orderly.
See?
Do you think there's a good reason why the standees are, like, in a domino formation?
Yep, so we're getting to that right now.
Is this what Akane, like...
Kicks
I
in the
don't-
door.
I don't know what she did to break the door down.
He kicked it in.
Yep, kick.
Well? Hey.
I mean, if these are all cardboard standees, why was the door locked?
So,
Because cardboard standees, wouldn't think are heavy. What's that blue box?
That's the music player.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Maybe they needed it to cover up the screaming? I'm gonna guess that that's gonna come up later and be like, well, obviously the killer couldn't hear anything outside of this room because they're playing music too loud or something. But then again, if this is how the killer set up this whole thing to involve the fire, why would they also be in this room? Also, I don't think they could be in this room at the time we broke in because we were all outside of the room.
Yeah, literally all the characters were together when the door got kicked in.
Hey, hey. You are right.
She's not.
Of course not. Say what? Whoa! Disgusting. Hey! Jeez.
Where else could we investigate for clues about this? Because I don't think we have a good idea on where Nagito, like, specifically went to before this happened.
Nope. On a timeline wise, we were all there at breakfast this morning, and then every single one of us was not with anybody else after that.
Yeah,
we all ran
because
to different islands.
Yeah, because Nagito, like, I don't know if he ran away after we left or before, but we didn't run to the same place.
Yeah, Nagito presumably left after everybody else, if I recall how it was worded. Because he essentially was like, you know, tick-tock, and then we all went like, fuck, and then we like split up really fast.
The only thing I remember about that established thing is that they mentioned that, like, Nagito's creepy laughter trailed off as they were leaving.
Yeah. But, I mean, presumably we were all searching for a few hours. Because that was early this morning, and then it came right to noon, right when he died, so.
Please listen.
Okay, so she figured out that the bombs were from the military base, which means that they were fake.
I see.
Still, considering what we learned in this chapter already, that actually does track. Especially since... Why is Motomi there?
The bomb was not real.
Motomi is also way too close to the bomb if it was real.
God damn it, all to hell.
What?
Why, you're the only one who knew the
That's
bomb
what
was
she.
military.
That's the flashback of the bomb going off. When she lit it, and it didn't work.
She was also secretly peeking at the bomb.
Secretly? I can see her! She's not even
Secretly,
hiding behind
probably.
anything.
She was trying to be secret, Jeff. Come on, let Monomi have this one.
You realize if that was a bomb, she would have exploded.
I mean, she's got spares.
There's also 12 clones of Monomi in her house. Oh god, if that would have been a little bit slower, I could have actually seen the corner that exploded. I forgot to look at the corner.
It was the far right corner from the entrance, which is where it was after that scene went away.
I don't know, Sonya. I've been doubting you for 3 chapters straight. You seem like there's something off about you. You're a bit too prim and proper. You got, like, all this weird knowledge and weeboo-ness about you.
So the military place, the factory next door, the castle, and Nagito's room are the other places we have to go.
Well, hopefully we can all get that done in about a little over an hour, because that's all we got for tonight.
Well, there's less things to investigate at each of those places than there was in the warehouse, because the warehouse has like a fuck ton of stuff because of the actual murder scene.
Well, I'm going to imagine that they didn't draw a lot of Nezumi Castle, considering we only saw one room of it.
Yeah, no, Nizumi Castle is only that one room.
Hey,
And Nagito's room is obviously one room, so... this might actually work. Hajime, is just reiterating the rules of the game for the 4th time.
Alright, where do you want to go first?
I'm guessing the factory is going to be Is it gonna be a dead end? Can we, like, poke the laptop?
It's where the bombs are. It's where the fire bombs were.
Truck, do you have any clues? Wires, you awkwardly attached to the truck. Sonia, you know about this. Figure out the clues. Can we watch the video again and figure out where he filmed it? You're gonna disassemble the laptop?
My.
You've been in here
Yeah.
before.
The doll would have came from here.
Oh, the one that got stabbed. Oh, fuck, I did it again! Game, can you play at like 25% speed or something?
No. Sadly, it will always play at that speed.
God damn it.
It'll probably do it again during the trial, if that helps.
I'm gonna have to pay super attention to finally establish this detail.
Enough already. Hey,
There is no way the whole thing is made of cotton.
However,
Not the whole thing, but it's presumably just like cotton.
no.
Oh yeah, it would just be cotton fluff on the inside. That's what's inside plushies, so.
What?
please wait.
The plushie bombs? Or the military base bombs?
Oh.
All the bombs at the military base, I believe.
Well done.
That is.
Does that mean that this mono bear doesn't come from the series of mono bears from the first Hope's Peak Academy? Because every mono bear from the first class scenario had a bomb in them.
Well, he said I should put a bomb inside the plushie. That's different than the Monokuma
Oh,
robot.
okay.
Oh wait, what did I hit?
I think you hit
Okay,
outside.
good. That's right. That's where I wanted to go. Okay, military base next, says it's here.
Yeah, we should suss out this, maybe there's gonna be a clue in the tank. Kazuichi, let's figure out that tank.
Man,
We need to drive it to crush a building. He's concerned about the guns in the truck?
Considering the fact that there's just kind of guns all around.
Oh, it's that knife that, stabbed him.
You can also find survival knives here, apparently.
Well, you can also find survival knives at the grocery store.
Probably.
But then again, this knife literally looks exactly the same. So that's kind of fishy. Tank, do you know anything? Tanks don't, like, blow up when you touch them. You can poke the tank. Oh, you could probably get inside the tank and it'd be perfectly fine. Why does it want to look at the Jeep?
I mean, it's just saying what I can click on.
Oh, was there something on the Jeep?
Apparently that's where the bombs were.
I didn't notice anything about this Jeep.
And by bombs, we mean fireworks.
Yeah, the fake bombs. I don't know, maybe his motive was his, hope game. Maybe this entire scenario is still, like a central pillar of his, like, hope defeats despair thing, and he actually, like, saw this coming somehow.
I mean, he just wanted to weed out the traitor.
Yeah, but, you know, Jime's, like, suggesting, hey, maybe there's, like, a double thing to what he was doing. Those dudes look like spear flails. And they are spear flails. How did they get that off the wall, considering it's like 12 feet in the air?
Also,
Dick, I don't know.
Where's the ladder they used to get that spear?
well, yeah.
Actually, that is a good question, because this is... It'd be hard to get the spear. And they could easily get the knife. So why the spear? You never have enough time to investigate any of this nonsense before the trial happens.
Alright, time to go to his room.
Maybe there will be a reason for the spear at his cottage. Because he wanted the spear for some reason. At least you got all these fast forward options. Because it seems like you're just zipping between locations.
I mean, I could actually fast travel to other locations, but I personally in these games like to run to the locations. Now, given I use any means of speed up for that running, but I like the actual travel time. That's not his. That's not his.
Well, it's like what I said with 358 over 2 days. It's important to get the pacing.
There it is.
Is that Mono Bear or a Mono Bear collectible?
That's Mono Bear.
Okay. I don't know, I just like Mono Bear a bit better than Monokuma. Because I think that's what Kuma means?
Yeah, Kuma means bear. So Mono Bear and Monokuma is the same thing.
Boy, tough crowd.
I figured it was legit because the Retsu Talk podcast said the same thing. Oh, he actually unlocked it for us.
Yeah, and he said the same fast phrase he said last time.
Hey, hey.
Because when you open, I think it was Byakuya's or maybe someone else's. I know we went into Byakuya's. He said,
Oh, there's the treasure box that...
He said, Vavavoosh there too.
So why did Nagito steal this thing?
He's got a fridge. Why does he get a fridge in his room?
What an asshole. Well, it's because he's the survivor of the first class, because he's clearly Makoto. So he gets special privileges. Like a fridge. Also a better bathroom.
I think that's the same bathroom as ours. I do want to know what the fridge is about.
Huh?
Wait, how? Are you serious?
Poisoning use only, apparently.
What the hell?
So he had poison in his room.
Wait, so Mono Bear gave him a special advantage?
I mean, no, it very well could be that he got the poison from one of the fridges at the Octagon, and he presumably may have gotten the fridge from the Octagon too. Because there was fridges full of poison in the Octagon, which the only person who did the death game who can go to the in and out of the Octagon is, you know.
I'm just trying to imagine how the fuck Nagito managed to get a fridge out of the hatch, or I don't know if he would like drag it backwards through the final death game just to get it out.
I assumed he would go find a dolly somewhere, put it on the dolly, walk it from back through the final death game, put it on the elevator, leave with it, and then like walk it all the way back here.
All of this at the dead cover of night so that no one saw it.
Probably. Anyway, this enchanted liquid is highly potent and takes effect immediately. Please handle with care.
Would you want a instant poison?
Though its volatility is low, this poison is very dangerous when evaporated. In a gaseous state, it's heavier than air. It breaks down in minutes, and it's susceptible to hydrosis.
Is this gonna be somehow what killed him, considering it's half empty?
So it is possible for you to poison someone to death without any complications. Keep this liquid secure by storing it in a cool place in a glass or plastic container away from sunlight.
Well,
Nagito had access to a lot of random things.
Yeah, because the Octagon had a fuck ton of stuff.
perhaps.
It's the special grocery store for only special people.
Yeah, it's the grocery store specifically for super good killing people stuff.
Hey, hey.
Shouldn't we investigate the box that's like 6 inches behind Chachki?
I mean, yeah, we're still talking about the poison though.
I mean, I get it, okay? Like, he was tied to the floor because they wanted to, like, put the poison, like, on... They just wanted to kill him that way. I get it, okay? It's really obvious, you don't have to keep hammering it in. I wonder if it's unlocked.
Perhaps.
Chiyaki. Probably for the thing inside it. Or I don't know, maybe he needed an uncrackable box. Well, then again, why would it be in his cottage? It's a... Oh, it is a notebook.
It's a notebook.
I was like, is that a trading card?
Usami general purpose notebook.
It's a notebook, it might have something in it.
It contains sloppy drawings as if they were drawn by children and entries that look like chicken scratch. I was able to talk to everybody for the first time today, drawing a Monokumula bad guy. But Akuya became the leader. Everybody tired.
Of
Blah,
things
blah.
happened. Apparently, somehow, Usami liked the redesign
Okay,
of Akuya.
Day 1, I was able to talk to everybody for the first time today. Monokuma showed up and things got bad. Day 2, Byakuya is the leader. A lot of things happened today, so everyone's tired.
Why does
Monomi's
Monomi
tired.
talk about it so simplistically? She doesn't, like, allude to the fact that, like, a death game got established on her school field trip.
Hmm.
It's like she just dumbed that down to, like, everyone had a slightly off day.
Day 16, we've been in the funhouse for 3 days. Everybody's hungry and on an edge. So that helps you put a timeline together. We've only been here during that time, where like the last day of the funhouse.
This has been
We've
going
only been
on
here
for 2
just
weeks?
a little over 2 weeks.
That's insane. That would like destroy everyone with stress. That has happened over the course of 2 fucking weeks.
Well, I mean, if we wanted to, we could literally count the day. And here's
Yeah,
the
but that
month
involves a
medium.
lot of math and tally marks.
I won't forgive you.
If you were able to get in here, and you knew that we had the treasure box, because this obviously isn't a coincidence, then how the fuck did you not figure this out yourself?
No. Hey, hey.
Have you not listened to anything Nagito has said or done in the past 12 days? They're not secrets, they're just descriptions of, like, what's been happening. Unless you somehow have, like, entries for the future.
So, Monokuma showed up and is now accusing Monobi of lying.
About the notebook? It's not her
Anyway,
notebook?
apparently,
Oh, that's mean. Apparently not, considering that your handwriting is almost as bad as mine. Honestly, my handwriting might be slightly better than hers.
So apparently, Monokuma's explaining that because of how their hands are shaped, they can't hold a pencil properly to write.
That would explain why it's so terrible.
So neither Monami nor Monokuma should be able to write. And he's accusing that someone else wrote it.
I'm wondering if this is gonna matter. Maybe the extra person wrote this notebook. I was wondering if that was a clever... I wonder if that was a clever plot point, but I'm struggling to figure out how it'd work.
Anyway, when we pressed her about whether or not she wrote it, she freaked the fuck out and ran away.
Yep.
Was the notebook the only thing in there? Maybe Monomi is trying to hide the extra student, which is why this was locked in her house. Because it seriously looks like a freaking, 12-year-old wrote this notebook. Is there anything else to investigate here, like the bookshelf, the television?
No idea. I'm just clicking on stuff.
Maybe tchotchke.
Treasure box again, maybe?
Yeah, why would Nagito steal this?
Oh, the bed. There might be something tied to the bed.
Hey.
Okay. It's another notebook. Huh?
So it's gear for it looks like gear for handling the poison.
Fair enough. I mean, clearly that means that Nagito couldn't have used it because it's here and not at the murder. Huh? How is it...
There's a piece of aluminum foil.
Well, how is it paper if it's made of aluminum?
I mean...
Was that on top of the poison bottle?
Well, so I'm thinking about it. You know, when you open those things on some jars, there is like one side of it's paper, one side of it's aluminum.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's what it is.
There.
Wait.
Because I think the top side of it can be paper, and then the part that touches the liquid is foil. Wait, what else haven't I interacted with?
The things on the shelf.
Oh, his bookshelf.
They're full of murder books.
Well,
So what, is he the Joker?
Yep.
Said the group who suggested that there was porn in this frickin' room a minute ago.
It was the thought of Hajime that said porn, not Chiaki.
Then he should know what she's talking about.
Chiaki was like, hey, people usually put stuff under their bed.
Hey, it's the
We should
roster
look
book.
there.
I'm surprised that Nagito didn't hide this. Or is this the book that he gave us already?
No, this is one of the books he had.
Oh, so we can finally confirm if he was lying or not.
So he claimed this book only contained Hajime's information.
Yeah, this huge book. The only person in about it is Hajime. You are worth 300 pages of study.
It might be about the whole reserve department, in which case we're the only person in there that has any sort of information, but we'll have to see.
Apparently,
Games thinking the same way you are again, as always.
Apparently, Hajime is really, really interesting.
Just as I thought, Nagito lied to me.
I'm pretty sure like 80% of the things he's ever said has been lying. Or like misdirection at the very least. He's been making up shit since you've met him. I don't know, maybe because he really, really wanted to use that against you. I mean, come on, there has to be more in there than just confirming the thing that Nagito already said.
Huh?
Okay, Chachki, figure something out about this.
My profile is really in here. But
It's a list of every game I've ever
there
beaten.
doesn't seem to be any details.
Details?
Wait, what?
Details about our missing memories.
Oh, okay.
Information about the time we spent at Hope.
It's like details. It should be full of. It should be full of stuff. It should be like a whole resume on you guys.
Written before we entered the academy.
Then it's impossible to obtain new clues from them.
Yeah.
Well, you could find something about the conspiracy or something.
Huh?
The file. His name isn't in there, right? There's
Nagito?
supposed to be 16 names worth of profiles, but his name is the only one missing, right?
Hmm? What are you talking about?
Byakuya. I'm talking about Byakuya Togami.
Wait, what?
So Byakuya's is not in this book.
Look carefully, no matter where I look.
Isn't he in the first class book?
He is indeed in the first class book. You're
Well,
correct.
yeah, we saw that.
No way!
Well, then how did he get here? Also, how does this not if there are 16 profiles in here and Byakuya is not in here, then where the fuck is the next... There's a person missing.
They said there should be 16.
But why isn't he counting? Tell him to count.
Well, that's what they just did. They just went through to look, make sure everybody was there, and they found that Byakuya wasn't.
Okay, so there's only 15 names in this book.
You're getting all riled up.
Well, yeah, because it doesn't make sense.
So he's claiming we've all been getting worked up about that Byakuya for no reason.
The great mystery that you... Because Byakuya was a robot the whole time.
What the heck?
Alright, let's look through the profiles and keep looking.
That Byakuya is a different person. Wait.
Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Special ability, Ultimate Imposter.
Are you sure?
Apparently, there's someone who's an Ultimate Imposter.
But if they were impostering Byakuya, they did a really bad job. Because they're not the body shape of them at all.
Hey,
Even his age... Oh. Even his age and gender don't matter.
They're using he because it was Byakuya. Like, that's how we knew him. That's why they're using he.
I just think that's funny that they wrote that sentence.
Because we don't know who this person really is. We just know them as Byakuya Togami.
Does that matter at this point?
Anyway, apparently his physique doesn't affect his ability to fool others at all. Real imposters are skilled like that.
I question the title of Ultimate Imposter then.
Well, I mean, apparently you're so good at selling all the rest that people just accept the fact that you're fatter.
I mean, that's true, because we don't have any context for what happened to him afterwards.
Well, so even in a real life scenario, my guess is this person is so good at faking being others that, like, people who know that person assume they gained weight.
He probably
Like, because everything else is so accurate, they accept that that is a more plausible explanation.
They probably should have worked at beginning like a more average body type then, if they really wanted to sell it. Instead of
it's
just
more
being
just
the tall, fat guy.
I think the fat guy being an imposter is more just a silly thing they did for the imposters, make them fat.
Yeah, probably just to point it out, because if they made it close to, I don't think they'd be able to sell the ultimate imposter thing as well if they were just like it was just like slightly off.
Yeah,
Well, if it was just like slightly off, it'd be like, how would you even show it then? It's just like, he looks like Byakuya, so what? The imposter has to deal with the memory loss.
Well, so he's claiming we should have already known that there was an ultimate imposter, but we don't have our memories.
Oh, okay.
She's just taunting the fact that if we had our memories, we would already known that one of our classmates is an ultimate imposter.
I mean, I kind of want to say it was a clever twist on the Byakuya thing, but I would probably only say it's clever if it ever like comes back into play somehow.
Could it be? Hey,
Does this tie into like the conspiracy thing and be like, well, the conspiracy snuck him into your class because of a reason?
Anyway, the traitor is a spy sent by the Future Foundation, not a student from Hope's Peak Academy. And we have a profile for everybody there if we accept the ultimate imposter as Byakuya Togami.
Correct.
It wouldn't be fun if you figured out who the traitor was so easily, right?
hey,
I mean, they're not saying that the imposter is the traitor, right?
No, they're not necessarily saying that. In fact, he gave us a reason to believe that the imposter isn't the traitor because he said the traitor is not a student of Hope's Peak Academy. They were sent by the Future Foundation.
Yeah.
And then, but we were like, but there's one for everybody here, so you must have slipped a fake profile in here. And he said it wouldn't be fun if people figured it out. But in reality, if he would have just slipped a fake one in there, and it was Byakuya, he would just put one in there for fat Byakuya. Like, why would he do ultimate imposter with a bunch of question marks?
Sure.
So yeah, it's very likely not the ultimate imposter.
Well, it doesn't have to be a fake profile because we didn't see like a previous version of this file, so we don't have anything to compare it to. All you need to do is slip another real profile of this dingus in with this file.
Well, but the point is there wouldn't be, or there shouldn't be, a real profile of them because these are Hope's Peak student profiles, and the traitor isn't a student of Hope's Peak.
Well, yeah, but you can get all that information. I mean, the only thing you really need is to like get the format of the profiles to match it up.
You make a fake of the profiles. One that's not actually a Hope's Peak one, but looks like them.
I mean, I guess I'm saying that the profile wouldn't be fake because all the information would match the person you're trying to slot in.
I mean, yeah, in that regard, but it's a fake Hope's Peak profile because it's not a profile from Hope's Peak Academy.
Okay.
So it's a real profile of someone. It's a fake Hope's Peak profile.
That's why we gotta cherish time. So
Are we going to bed?
we will begin the
No,
last
the trial.
trial. So
Why are they calling it the last class trial?
Oh, because he said the bomb goes off in 2 days.
Oh, yeah. We don't have enough time for another murder.
I mean, in theory we could, but it's very unlikely.
I guess,
In theory, someone could literally kill someone tonight if they wanted to, like after the trial's over.
yeah, I guess Mono Bear is jumping the gun on this one, but he's probably gonna be right.
Yeah.
Well, his real plan is to blow up the island.
Anyway, I have to run to the bathroom here real quick. So theorize about all the evidence and try to figure out who done it. I'll be listening.
I'm never gonna be able to tie this together now. This is ridiculous.
Well, let's see. Try to gather your thoughts on what you do know. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
I'm I'm thinking that maybe the person who wrote the notebook might have done the poisoning because maybe they got into the cottage somehow and figured out that Nagito stole their notebook. But then I would have to understand why would the knowledge of the notebook be so valuable that they would kill for it, especially since they broke it. The killer had to have broken into the cottage at some point to discover the poison and the poison tools, which that doesn't really make all that much sense because the killer would have had to bring the poison tools with them to the murder to use the poison, which they obviously use the fucking poison. Because, like, they put in all that details, like, oh, it's heavier than air, and obviously they tied him to the floor, because those two details just exactly go together, so that has to be it. But then, if they did that, why would they not take the gas mask? And I guess the obvious answer to that would be, well, obviously they set up the fire to ignite the poison through the domino thing, so I guess the fucked up conclusion from that is that literally none of the wounds on Nagito killed him. And that's just that was just the torture part of it. I'm wondering if the arm tying thing might come into it because his arm had to be tied to something. Even though I don't think ropes are so flammable. That, unless, if the poison itself is flammable, then fine, maybe. But ropes are not that flammable, I don't think, unless they're special ropes. Because I think I've burned ropes before, and they don't really, like, you don't burn through ropes, unless you, like, have to really, really go at it to char it that much. So I'm wondering if maybe somehow, like, one of his arms being tied to something matters. Because every fucking little detail in these goddamn murders eventually matters. Because everything they establish eventually comes up. But none of this, the problem is I can't tie any of these details to someone in the class because we don't have any intentions, we don't have any clues about who went where. Actually, no. I was gonna say maybe it was the person who went to the first island, because the first island has the cottages on it while they were looking around, but the problem with that is that we don't have a good timetable, and they would have also had to have known. They would also have had to figure out Nagito's plan specifically enough to catch him at the final spot that he was sitting behind the curtain in order to exact all that stuff that they would have had to, like, set up and bring everything there, which means they would have had to figure it out way in advance because they needed to do all the setup stuff. But I can't remember who went to the first island when we all split up.
It was the Kane.
I don't think Akane's smart enough to pull this off, even though she did want to strangle Nagito, which kind of makes her the red herring. Because the problem is it's never the person you expect, but there's always a detail in the investigation that's like, it ties it to somebody. Because there's always something. Even if it's the tiny stupid detail that tripped up Gundam. Because that was a tiny stupid detail that you probably forgot because you weren't going to memorize everybody's room assignments. At least I wouldn't believe that a lot of players would be like, oh, it was obviously Gundam, he was sleeping in the soundproofed room that we learned about 3 days ago.
Well, that we didn't know they were soundproof. We figured out they were soundproof because the only people who reacted to the collapse of the pillar were the people not in those rooms.
But anyway, I think I got the motive for the crime, but the problem is I can't tie that to anybody, because if Akane was the person who searched the first island, then she probably didn't do it. Because I do not believe that Akane is competent enough to pull this off in the time frame that they had. Unless, like, somehow Nagito's whole plan for doing this was just laying around in his room, and she took all that information with her so that we couldn't so that we couldn't figure out that she knew his plan down to the letter. Also, would she be a person, like, willing to do all that torture stuff? Because clearly the method of killing was the poison. Which, the fucked up thing about that was that means that every other wound that he has from all the stabbing didn't kill him. If he was poisoned. Which is so fucked up when I was thinking about it. Are you actually back, or are you on your wireless headset?
Wireless headset.
Okay.
I'm on my way back right now, though. Anyway, who was at what island is as follows? Akane was island number 1, Kazuichi was island number 2, Chiaki was island number 3, we were island number 4, Fuyuhiko was island number 5, and Sonia was the central island, but she abandoned the essential island to run to island number 5.
Which means that the person who had access to the spear was us. So obviously
during that time, we would have been the one who could have gotten our hands on the spear.
So obviously that means that the murder was probably planned before the search. But then again, it would have had to have been planned after the morning meeting because Nagito was there.
Right?
Because Nagito specifically went to the morning meeting of that day, which means that he wasn't killed the night before.
No, we have his time of death. His time of death was noon.
Well, yeah, but, like, the tying down and the getting to a spot behind the curtain.
Oh, yeah. That would have had to happen while everybody was searching. But if someone found out his plan the day before...
They would have been able to set up their tools, and then... No... Well, that could make sense if somehow they got the drop on Nagito the second that he showed up. Which is way too big of a coincidence, but it could work. Because if they managed to get all their tools the day before... If they managed to get all their tools there before, then Nagito would have seen it and known that someone sussed him out. So, it either had to have been gathering the tools as Nagito was doing his shit, and then they brought the tools to him and managed to do it all in like a couple hours, or they managed to get to Nagito the second that he was setting up at his thing, and they caught him at the perfect time to tie him up. Monami's trying to convince us to stay on the island. Because it's better to be on the island.
I'll beat you up.
Monami has become Makoto. She is channeling the dead spirit of our previous 12-year-old protagonist.
You...
I don't know, Minimaru barely talks ever. I don't think he's had more than a dozen lines his entire chapter.
He talks just about every single time Akane talks. He, like, chimes in after everything she says now.
Chachki is very sad about this.
Yep.
And it's because that somehow she did it. Our right-hand lady betrays us. Although, to be honest, whoever did this, I'd probably give a pat on the back just because, hey, you finally got rid of that asshole who's been screwing us over constantly. Like, the one person who deserved to be killed, like, literally deserved it, was Nagito. He's the villain. He's the bad guy.
Yeah, unlike the last game, the characters you hated did get their comeuppance in this game.
kind of weird to say that, spirit guide lady that I forgot her name. Jumbled Fuyuhiko name. She didn't really deserve being killed, she was just really annoying.
In Hiyoko?
I don't think she really deserved to be killed, it was just nice that she was gone. Cause
Anyway, her name's not a jumbled Fuyuhiko name, because her name is Hiyoko.
it's a jumble of his name. She's an anagram.
Not at all.
It's kind of weird to say that they got their comeuppance, which is like, it's more like, no, I'm just kind of glad you're dead.
Also, she was the ultimate dancer, traditional dancer.
Yeah, that didn't come up.
Not really, no.
She got stuck in her dress. That's why the ultimate dancer came up.
I was gonna say, not everybody's a lot of the murderers' ultimate powers were used during their murders in some capacity. The some capacity, as we already stated.
Some of them are more obvious than others, like... What's Sonya's ultimate supposed to be? Is she just the ultimate princess?
Princess, yeah. Just similar to how Byakuya is just the ultimate affluent prodigy.
At least that kind of makes more sense. It's like, the ultimate princess doesn't sound like it's a worthwhile thing. Oh, we're in a giant machine, or, I don't know, like an aircraft carrier?
Military, yeah. Something akin to the factory, to me. It looks kind of factory-y.
Fuyuhiko is ready to get killed because he did it.
Hey!
And everyone's just pumped up.
Yep.
All right.
I think the person I would like it to be is Sonya, but my outside bet is still Chachki. It's like based on basically nothing because I got like no details on like who to tie this crime to.
He was the very first character we met.
He was also my favorite character for the first hour.
And he became my favorite character after the first hour.
I think he like just slipped into like the bottom half of my list like this week. I think he was always like above the halfway line. At the
I
very
thought he
least.
was a very fun fucking villain to have around.
I think if he kind of leaned more into being a villain earlier on, into just being a straighter antagonist, it might have worked a bit better.
Well, it's because he's a villain who wants the same thing we do.
Because
Like, he wants hope to overcome despair. It's just his method of doing it is completely opposite.
it's very deliberate, and
Which is why he's constantly hiding information or helping the killer and things like that.
I really wish Pico lasted a lot longer, because I think that she could have gone places kind of like Makan had potential, but that also didn't go anywhere.
Her death is what led to Fuyuhiko developing.
Which, you know, at least we got something out of Fuyuhiko.
Fuyuhiko's probably my second favorite character from this game.
But, yeah, this is probably the perfect place to cut it. Since we got to the trial, and the trial is probably going to take about 3-ish hours. Here's that Tamagotchi we never bothered with.
I mean, it died once and I cleaned up after it, but yeah.
It died once, but hey, we got another 12 copies of it.
We can give it presents. But yeah, it grows up as we take steps. But if we don't, like, take care of it, the despair meter fills and it dies.
Oh, so yeah, this is probably because it was on a handheld. But yeah, I do have to change up the schedule next week because something did happen.
Okay.
And we're gonna be doing one of my scheduled projects next week instead of starting Parasite Eve, so that's gonna get pushed back to near Thanksgiving at this point. Because I think earlier today I finished Mega Man 11, so I'm done with that. And I did this project to celebrate the finishing of the Mega Man series. Next week, we're going to be taking a look at the Mega Man Sprite game. And, I think, if he was... I think he, like, just slipped into, like, the bottom half of my list like this week. I think he was always, like, above the halfway line. At the very least.
Which is why he's constantly hiding information or helping the killer and things like that.
if I can
Or doing
manage
the
to,
main.
if I can manage to get it working. It's an old Tie Tuesday LP that I wanted to do because I think it's good enough that it should get a repeat. I would recommend keeping yourself spoiler free because it's a comedy game, and if you start looking at the jokes, then it's gonna kind of wreck it. I do have another thing that we're gonna do. Again, if I can manage to get it working, I'm gonna have to try it during the week. Because I think I think Mega Man Sprite Game is only gonna be about a 3-hour thing, so I'm gonna have to have something else to do.
Gotcha.
I do have something planned if I can manage to get it working. Again, this is another thing I'm pulling from Tie Tuesday. This was actually something that he left unfinished to my knowledge. And all I'm gonna say about it right now is I'm gonna try and get a Super Mario World ROM hack working. But it's so old that I don't know if I can get a working ROM hack for it. So I'm gonna have to try and track down that ROM on my end, and if it doesn't work, then I'm pumped. We'll probably just try and get this trial done. Because I'm hoping that the ROM hack, if I can get it working, will be around a 2-hour thing. Because like 90% of Super Mario World ROM hacks or hack jobs are pretty bad games, and developers on those games don't put in the work in, so even if it does work, they're usually pretty short. So, that was one of the projects that I promised about 5 weeks ago. I planned it because I was nearing the end of the Mega Man series, and I figured this would be the perfect way to celebrate the ending of it. And I think it's just going to be a really good time. I'm kind of hoping that you're going to get some kicks out of it because I think it was a really good comedy game. So yeah, we're going to have to head out here quick because we both have things to do tomorrow morning.
Namely work.
And it's 10:30, so yeah, I'm definitely really liking this chapter. I'm definitely pumped up about it. I think if Nagito was going to get a demise, which I didn't see coming, this definitely seems to be a really good way of him going out.
It's a roller coaster of a trial, I'll give you that much. I really enjoyed this trial.
So yeah,